The Department of Transport shows an increase in revenue over the MTF, mainly due to an increase in abnormal load permits, as well as mass port loads resulting from mandatory requirements for all loads emanating from the Durban Harbour and transported by road to be weighed before permits will be issued. Furthermore, there was an increase in vehicle combination permit application due to an increase in demand for transport of coals and manganese and other minerals by road. Expected revenue funds was also increased to fall in line with the historic collection trends. The net reduction in the revenue was offset against the additional provincial equitable share funds received from the National Treasury and by reducing the contingency reserve over the MTF period. In terms of the unfunded mandate, the committee noted that one of the main causes of budgetary pressures in the province is the impact of unfunded mandate, mainly related to wage agreement shortfalls, which are not the doing of the provincial departments, but must be borne by the province without any additional funding being provided by the National Treasury. While this may not be the case in the 25-26 MTF financial year, the previous unfunded mandate have put strain on provincial fiscus. Department of Education alone, over the past 5 years, has lost over 25 billion, similar to Department of Health and others. That's the impact. The budget cuts that were implemented in the province from 2021-2022 financial year have had a persistent negative impact across provincial fiscus. As I've mentioned, some of the departments have cumulatively lost more than 25 billion since the implementation of the budget cuts, and this has had an adverse effect in their budgets and the provincial fiscus generally. The 25-26 MTF budget for the province. The KwaZulu-Natal 25-26 MTF budget is allocated at 158.4 billion, 163.9 billion, and 171.9 billion. 79.9% of the budget is allocated to education, health, and social development, which is about 80%. The total infrastructure budget over the MTF is 18.2 billion, 17.1 billion, and 18 billion. 4 departments, which is transport, human settlement, education, and health, are the highest infrastructure spending departments. The bulk of the infrastructure spending is on existing infrastructure assets through maintenance, refurbishment, and upgrades and additions. As we conclude, Honorable Speaker, while there is a significant increase in the budget over the MTF period 25-26, the increase does not compensate for the province for the fiscal consolidation budget cuts affected over the past few years processes. The request for additional budget allocation amounts to 12.6 billion in the 25-26 financial year. The additional funding received do not even begin to match the needs of the province. Baselines for scholar transport and municipal property rates have not been corrected, even though there are additional funds allocated to these standing budget pressures. This will lead to the continued pressure in the Department of Education as well as Department of Public Works. Lastly, the province must continue to manage the fiscus tightly and ensure that funds are only spent on essential goods and services. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee for Finance in the province, I would like to thank members of the Executive Council, the Honorable Premier, the accounting officers and officials from various departments, and the accounting authorities from various public entities, the provincial treasury officials led by the HOD, members of the Portfolio Committee for Finance, chairperson and members of other portfolio committees for attending our budget hearing. Resolution taken during the MTF budget hearings are hereby submitted for adoption by the Legislature. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable Dlungwana. May we allow Honourable de Klerk for 10 minutes to table the reports on Standing Committee on Oversight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Members, this is the report of the Standing Committee on Oversight for Vote 2, that is the House actually, the Legislature 2025-2026. This report is an oversight report reflecting the views of the Standing Committee on Oversight following the presentation and consideration of the 2025 and 2026 budget, financial and non-financial, and annual performance plan for the Legislature at the meeting held on 26th of March 2025. The Legislature's cost structure is as follows. 1. Compensation of employees is 100% fixed. Transfers and subsidies, political parties' allowances is 100% fixed. Members' remuneration, direct charge, 100% fixed. Goods and services, 58% fixed and 42% is variable. And capital assets, 100% fixed. The committee noted that the Legislature has been allocated 850 million, 772 million fixed component and 78 million variable portion for the 2025-2026 financial year. The requested additional funding for 25-26 financial years was 93 million, with only 40 million being allocated to the Legislature, which is less than 50% of the requested additional funding. The strategy and annual performance plan, the presented 25 to 2030 strategy and annual performance plan for the 25-26 financial year is built on the following 3 pillars. 1, the continued pursuit of the National Development Plan as expressed in both the Provincial Growth Development Plan and the Medium-Term Development Plan. The Legislature's oversight agenda will prioritise, amongst others, matters the strategic infrastructure project linked to the MTDP in the bid to pursue an outcome-based and research-driven oversight, close collaboration and partnership with research and academic institutions, especially Chapter 9 and 10 institutions, will be pursued. The Legislature's main outcome for the 7th term is to ensure a more accountable and responsive executive arm of the province. 2, the second pillar is improving public participation and innovation in the legislative process and activities. The main focus will be on mainstreaming constituency work in the oversight and lawmaking process of the legislature through implementation of the KZN public participation framework. Third pillar is the continued implementation of the KZN legislative digitation strategy as a tool of both modernizing the legislature and imposing institutional efficiencies. This will all be done within the context of maintaining a culture of a clean administration and good audit outcomes. The main challenge in achieving these targets and implementation of the strategy is the limitation of resources. The need to pursue improved institutionalized efficiencies is informed by this reality, emanating from a reduced budget baseline due to COVID-19 budget cuts. It is also for this reason that the administration continued to engage the Provincial Treasury for additional funding. Issues raised. The first issue is the FMPPLA regulations, FAMPLA regulations. The Speaker advised the committee that the FAMPLA provides that the Executive Authority may issue regulations on a variety of matters, including asset management, supply chain management, writing off of debts, etc. This can only be done at the level of Parliament and has not been done since the coming into operation of FAMPLA. Draft regulations have finally been published, and the Speakers Forum had resolved that at its meeting in February 2025 that these be circulated to all legislators for their consideration and input by the 30th of April 2025. This consultation process is currently underway. The Speaker suggested that the committee also peruse the draft regulations and provide their input thereon. The committee agreed with this and advised that the draft regulations will be circulated to all members for their input to be submitted to the committee coordinator. Then, unauthorized, fruitless, irregular and wasteful expenditure. The committee expressed concern regarding the significant portion of fruitless expenditure arising from no-shows for accommodation on bookings made. The amount of 68,000 Rand is considered too high, especially given the current financial position of the legislator. The issue stems from a lack of accountability, with both members and staff having a shared responsibility in this matter. Staff must be ensured that booking confirmations are provided in a timely manner, while members are required to notify of any cancellations within the stipulated time frame to avoid unnecessary costs being incurred by the legislator. The reason for writing off fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting of 68,000 Rand was questioned. The write-off was because some members were no longer employed by the legislator, and the 68,000 Rand is made up of smaller amounts, which will not make financial sense to approach the courts to recover them, as the legal costs will far exceed the amount to be recovered. The filling of vacant posts. The committee has requested that the process for filling research posts has been expedited, as these positions are crucial and directly impact on the core functions of the legislator. Additionally, the institution is urged to proceed with requesting additional funding for the remaining critical vacant posts, as these positions need to be filled promptly to ensure effective operation of the institution. Urgent meeting with the MEC for Finance. The committee recommended to schedule a special meeting with the MEC for Finance to formally address the concerns regarding the budget constraints faced by Vote 2. These constraints are negatively impacting on the performance of the legislator. The current budget allocation is primarily allocated to fixed costs, leaving insufficient resources to effectively carry out the core mandate of the legislator, which is oversight. Commonwealth Parliamentary Association funding. The KZN legislator was invited to apply to the CPA Capital Investment Fund for funding with a limit of 10,000 euros. That's 199,000 Rand. The KZN legislator applied for 3 projects as follows: transcribing services to clear historical backlog of untranscribed debates emanating from vacancies not being filled due to financial constraints, 2 braille devices for members with impaired vision, and lastly, automation of chambers fixed doors for ease of access for members with movement limitations. The CPA has funded 1 project, which is to automate the fixed chamber doors, and the completion date for this project is is a project to be by the end of December 2025. Budget presented. The proposed budget of vote number 2 for the 25-26 financial year is 850 million, which is allocated as follows: administration 263 million, parliamentary business 487 million, members remuneration 99 million. The additional request funding of 90 million versus actual allocation of 40 million is as follows: wage settlement of 20 million allocated, vacant funded post 21 million not allocated, 3 senior researchers and cluster manager 11 million, only allocated 4 million. Oversight committee 11 million not allocated, symposium 6 million not allocated. International and Africa tours.
Thank you so much, Honourable de Klerk. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Symposium 6 million not.
Honourable Chair. Thank you so much.
Can I proceed?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, honourable members. Order. Thank you so much, honourable members. We will now proceed to the substantive debate. The first honourable member is Honourable Seme from the MKP for 10 minutes. Order, honourable members.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Babu Patisis Kostrilis Ndabezit, Honourable Progressive Caucus members, members at the gallery, members in the House, a very good morning. Honourable Speaker, drawing from the MK Party's core values, discipline, accountability, and a commitment to recentering South Africa on African culture and moral foundation, I'll speak boldly against the status quo and the coalition government failures. Honourable Speaker, honourable members, the people of KwaZulu-Natal, I stand here not for personal gain, but for the voiceless, for the marginalized and the depossessed. The MK Party, under the leadership of President Jacob Zuma, carries a spear of the nation, forged in struggles of our ancestors. We are here to dismantle a system that perpetuates inequality and the betray of dreams of 1994. I'll firstly start with cost cutting. With new emphasis on reviewing and reprioritizing savings, for what? What has happened to the prioritization? Has the review and evaluation been done to ensure that whatever new strategies will benefit the people of KZN? The enhancing of service delivery has always been a song sang by the corrupt ANC after seeing the people that were now tuning in. They formed a new choir called the GPU, in which all those that are vocally wounded to the people of KZN would loudly sing with them and make these senseless noises. Which parts of service delivery will you enhance, and what strategies are in place? Theorizing the issue of alignment has done more harm in this province. We always see government department interfering with local spheres of government and also national working in silos as if we are at 3 different countries. The alignment issues has also raised and been almost all audits. The alignment issues has also raised and been almost all audits reports because we do as we please and we act it is okay. Whether people are benefiting or not, it does not matter. Uma niphika, baniphikelana abantu emandleni. Njengoba seniwabambe ngomshado onefindo eliqashu kanjalo nje nilibophe. It is a disgrace, and it is disgusting to learn about the suspended millions while we have such backlogs. You ask yourself as to whether people know what is expected of them, or they are just enjoying statuses of being in offices and in high positions. Be reminded, we are here by people's vote. Abantu banamandla, watch the space. There is a requirement for an additional budget for more than 13 million that is mentioned in slide 14, Honorable Rogers. Yet in slide 2, it is said that the budget pressures were addressed. Who is being fooled here? Honorable Speaker, this so-called government of provincial unity comprises of DA, IFP, ANC, and NFP is a marriage of convenience, not conviction. They claim to protect the Constitution, yet they shield a system that keeps our people in economic chains. The GPU boast of doing what have they done for the unemployed youth of Umlazi? What have they done for the farmers in Upongolo? What have they done for the unity of our people in eThekwini with dirty water? Their unity is a facade to exclude the MK party, which won 45% of vote in 2024, reflecting the true will of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Speaker, on economic transformation, the ANC declined in KZN from ruling to a mere 18% of vote. It is a rejection of their failure to transformation of this economy. The MK party demands land reformation, not promises. We call for expropriation of land without compensation to restore the dignity of our people and ensure that our people have access to agricultural land. The GPU policies cater to corporate interest while our rural community languish, and commanding heights of economy must not be in the hands of few white families, a list that shouldn't be allowed to find space in KZN. In retail industry, ocean economy, for example, Durban Harbour, Richards Bay Harbour's economy must be shared amongst people of KZN. We will not sit while foreign entities control our resources. KZN wealth must benefit its people first. Honorable Speaker, on traditional leadership, the lining of Amakosi in this province is a disgrace. The MK party was built with blessings of traditional leaders, yet the GPU ignores their role as custodians of our heritage. I echo Inkosi ubhekisizwe ngema's concerns. Promises made to Amakosi has been broken. We demand Council for Traditional Leaders operating under the office of President Jacob Zuma to ensure their voices shape our policies. The MK party will not tolerate corruption unless others who sweep corruption, unlike others who sweep corruption under the rug. We will act decisively. The multiple cases that are in different municipalities with millions going missing, with no one being held accountable, namely KwaDukuza, Umhlatuz, where more than 60 million has gone missing to those municipalities. This shows a bizarre GPU and a counterproductive MEC of COCTA. The GPU is nothing but a collusion of thugs. Our focus remains on serving people and not on personal gains. Honorable Speaker, the MK party is not here to play politics as usual. We are here to disrupt. We are here to demand accountability. We are here to build a KZN where every citizen strives. I challenge the GPU to table a budget that prioritizes free education. I challenge the GPU to table a budget that prioritizes health care. I challenge the GPU to table a budget that speaks directly to the rural and township development. And I challenge the GPU to table a budget that prioritizes industrialization for job creation and stop hiding behind collusion rhetoric and deliver. People of KZN are watching, and in 2026, they will judge you at the polls. In closing, Honorable Speaker, it is the spirit of in the spirit of Umkhonto weSizwe, we fight not to sit, but for justice, not for seats, but for justice. We stand firm against a system that betrays our liberation. The MK Party rejects this budget because we believe South Africans deserve better. We will continue to fight for real change, for meaningful development, and for government that truly serves the people of KwaZulu-Natal. The GPU can keep making excuses, but the people will not wait any longer. The time for change is now, and the MK Party is ready to lead this province. To the people of KwaZulu-Natal, your vote for MK Party was a call for change. We hear you, and we will not rest until your dreams are reality. Amandla!
Thank you, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Honourable members. Honourable members, the next honourable member for 10 minutes from the IFP, Honourable MP Gwala.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, Honourable MSCs, Honourable members of this House, our guests, all protocol observed. IsiZulu sithi kulele kunye ukuba kubili ngabe kuyavusana uma usathane shumayeza abantu.
Sorry, Honourable Gwala.
Ukuba bakholwe inkosi uJesu.
Honourable members, please can you respect the House and not bang on the furniture? We are allowed to debate, but debate with decorum in the House. Thank you. Honourable Gwala.
Yo. Usathane eshumayeza abantu ukuba bakholwe inkosi uJesu. Kumele ubaleke kakhulu uzephule. The IFP stands firm in its belief that synergy and alignment between the government of national unity and the government of provincial unity is essential for the realization of impactful, people-centered governance. Even under the weight of stringent fiscal constraints and dwindling resources, we must act in unison to restore the trust and well-being of our citizens. The IFP has always stood for governance that is accountable, transparent, and ethical. We do not seek power for power's sake. We seek it to serve. I rise in this budget debate not to criticize blindly, but to contribute constructively to the improvement of our province and, by extension, the lives of our people. The Treasury bears the heavy burden of distributing limited funds across numerous demands. But we must ask, why after 30 years in democracy do so many of our communities still suffer under the weight of poverty, unemployment, and underdevelopment? Budget limitations are part of the story, but the deeper issue is institutional inefficiency. Many provincial departments are unable to plan, implement, and monitor public investment projects effectively. Government capacity to equitably distribute developmental benefits is hamstrung by poor planning and often by a lack of will. Transparency and accountability, though enshrined in the legislation, are frequently ignored in practice. Let us not mince words. Corruption continues to bleed the public purse. While the current government is working to root out this scourge, the IFP believes it is time for a governance renaissance. The government is working to root out this scourge. The IFP believes it is time for a governance renaissance. We must go beyond policies and frameworks. We must create a living culture of accountability. We need to robust codes of conduct, empowered internal auditors, real-time evaluations, and protected whistleblowers. Let government be a living ethic, not a dead letter. We have legislation, the PFMA, MFMA, and Treasury regulations, yet implementation remains dismal. Too many departments become serial offenders, appearing before the legislature year after year with the same audit disclaimers, the same reckless financial mismanagement, and the same tired excuses. This cycle of impunity must end. Department must be reminded, we are not dealing with abstract numbers. We are talking about public funds entrusted to the state to serve the people. Every rand misspent or accounted for is a stolen opportunity to improve lives. Scope reports are not decorative documents. They must be enforced, monitored, and followed through with concrete action. Non-compliance with Auditor General's finding must trigger real consequences, immediate, enforceable, and both administrative and legal. Accountability is not optional. It is a constitutional obligation. A pervasive culture of non-compliance is poisoning public administration. Where is the accountability for persistent transgressors? Where is the consequence management? Too many departments still treat internal audit as optimal. Too many officials treat financial regulation as a suggestion, not an obligation. This is not miscommunication. It is a deliberate neglect. All departments are compelled by law to have fully functional, well-resourced internal audit unit, yet time and time again, departments that receive disclaimers or qualified audit opinions are the very ones with neglected or underfunded audit team. This must change. Accounting officers must be held directly responsible for failures in audit performance. We must build a culture where audit findings are met with immediate remedial action, not bureaucratic indifference. The legislature must intensify its oversight. We must wield our constitutional authority with courage. We must demand compliance. We must hold the leadership accountable. Without enforcement, accountability is fiction. Let me turn to water issue. In one of the most staggering failures in recent years, 15 million rand worth of water pipes were found dammed in Mkhanyagud. Tenders for water supply were awarded to unqualified companies, while communities remain dry and disparate. Infrastructure is collapsing, maintenance is non-existent, and millions are denied their right to basic water services. This is a humanitarian crisis, and it is unforgettable. We must appoint technically qualified professionals in municipalities, people with expertise and political will to deliver, maintain and report on essential services. Unemployment remains another devastating challenge. Department receive grant funding earmarked for job creation, yet the result is often short-term, low-impact contracts that do not lift families out of poverty. The IFP insists that employment strategies must focus on permanence, skill development, and long-term economic integration. We must not depend on a 3-month contract job. We acknowledge that the current administration is striving to create a conducive environment for economic growth and investor confidence, but this work must accelerate. To rebuild, we must fill all vacant posts with qualified, competent, and ethical individuals. No more cadre deployment, no more nepotism, no more tolerance for mediocrity. The government has received a renewed mandate. Now it must act decisively. I can stop here because I'll come up again, speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Gwala. Thank you. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members from the MK, please can you keep down? Sorry, honorable members, I'd like to just remind honorable members from both sides of the House that there's not allowed to be eating and drinking in the House, only water. So if anyone's having something, if you'd like some tea or coffee, there's the members' dining hall that you are more than welcome to come and drink from. Honorable members, I didn't point at anybody. I said both from sides. Thank you. Honorable members, we may proceed. The next honorable member for 5 minutes, honorable members. The next honorable members for 5 minutes from the ANC, Honorable CQ Madlop. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, and Leader of Government Business, honorable members, as we approach a Freedom Day on the 27th of April 2025, we are reminded that our democracy was not gifted to us. It was earned through sacrifice, struggle, and the unbreakable spirit of the people of South Africa. Honorable Speaker, today we rise in this House to honor not only the icons of our liberation, but the countless unsung heroes and heroines, our community organizers, teachers, nurses, and youth who build this democracy from the ground up. We salute them. Honorable Speaker, KwaZulu-Natal has faced immense challenges over the past few years. The COVID-19 pandemic cost our province over 250 jobs. The 2022 floods caused damages estimated at over 17 billion. And the July 2021 unrest left over 20 billion worth of destruction in infrastructure and businesses. Honorable Speaker, these events not only disrupted economic activities, but worsened poverty and inequality in our province. But despite this setback, this 2025 budget speech by Minister Enoch Godongwana reflects bold and responsive leadership. It demonstrates that the ANC-led government remains committed to the building a caring and capable state. We particularly welcome following allocation, an additional 27.3 billion for basic education nationally over the MTEF, ensuring that learning continues in well-resourced and safer environments. Honorable Speaker, an extra 11.6 billion for health, strengthening provincial health services, staffing, and infrastructure. A crucial 7.4 billion boost for the Department of Social Development, ensuring food relief, shelter, and support to orphans and vulnerable children are sustained. These are not random figures. They are a manifestation of the ANC manifesto, the resolutions of the ANC committees on education and health, and our ready-to-govern document in motion. This budget confirms that the ANC remains true to its core mission to restore the dignity of our people. For KwaZulu-Natal specifically, we note with appreciation that our provincial equitable share has grown from 144 billion in 2024-25 to 151.6 billion in 25-26, reflecting a commitment to assist provinces in meeting the demand for services, especially in education, healthcare, and infrastructure. But we must go further, honorable members. We must use these funds effectively. We must spend them on people, not perks. We must spend them on service delivery, not slogans. Honorable Speaker, the high cost of living remains a pressing concern. The ANC has called for interventions to lower food prices, protect incomes, and expand job opportunities, especially for youth. As the Chairperson of Finance has indicated, that there is an amount that has been given for assistant teachers. The extension of the SRD grant until March 2026, benefiting over 8.5 million South Africans, is a decisive step in this regard. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I rise in this House to really support this budget. We know that when our MEC for Finance was tabling the budget, also indicated that the gaps that has been widened by the unfunded mandate is now going to be reduced, although it still has a negative effect for the future. Honorable Chair, as we tackle economic recovery and social transformation together, let us build a KwaZulu-Natal that works for the people, all the people of KwaZulu-Natal, but not the few. And we must not grandstand in this platform, because the people of KwaZulu-Natal are really, expecting us as honorable members to just focus on something that will really assist them, because we have got also the rising. Honorable Speaker, we must wait. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Madropa. The next honorable member for 9 minutes from the Democratic Alliance, Honorable T.J. Brautiseth.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you. Honourable Premier, Honourable MECs, Honourable Members. I greet the House today with the fantastic news of the reversal of the VAT hike. I would like to sincerely thank the Minister of Finance for this decision. But I must also commend the Democratic Alliance for its resolute stance on this thorny issue, both in Parliament and in court. Sanity has indeed prevailed, which is good news for all South Africans. It has prevailed despite the naive meanderings of inexperienced MPs from tiny parties, who really should leave complex financial and parliamentary processes to MPs there who really do know what they're talking about. But anyway, we are here today. I'm not mentioning any names, I'm sure others will. We're here today to debate the budget.
Order, honourable members.
And of course, I always have to come at a budget from my job point of view, scoper, and we have to look at what's problematic. But let's look at the positives first. We must welcome the excellent work of the MEC of Finance in fighting for a fairer portion of the national equitable share. Indeed, we must welcome the fact that the provincial equitable share increases over the MTEF by 1.7 billion, 2.3 billion, and 3.1 billion. Data updates of the provincial equitable formula results in increases of 555 million, 1.4 billion, and 2.1 billion over the MTF. It is significant to note, as pointed out by my finance chair, this marks a groundbreaking milestone. The first time in 10 years that the equitable share has properly favoured KZN. I'm confident that the people of KZN will look at this and say, yo, le GPU iyasebenza. Siyayithanda kakhulu. Now we come to Honourable Seme. I'm not sure about your maths qualifications, my sister, but the people of KZN will also be...
Honourable Bartese?
Yes?
Please can you refer to me, not to a member directly? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Through you to the Honourable Seme, I'm not sure about the maths qualifications because my maths tells me that this budget has dedicated 79.9% of the current 158 billion to health, education, and social development. The last time I checked, that's a pro-poor budget, not a neoliberal budget. And so this reality blows the MKP and Ubaba out of the populist shower they found so comfortable. Indeed, it is this government that, despite tough financial circumstances, really cares for the people of our province. The allocation to infrastructure to bear this out is 18.2 billion. And where's that infrastructure build going? Transport, human settlements, education and health. Pro-poor budget. These funds will enable maintenance, refurbishment, upgrades and additions. Again, let GPU iyasebenza. However, and this is where we come to the other side of things, the GPU is not blind to the challenges facing the province. Asizona izimpumputa, siyazibona izinkinga. We are not blind to these things. Hey, maIsiZulu, sure, ngiyafunda manje. We have to continue to be obsessive about solid financial governance in our province where budgets are still tight. My role in the legislature is to fight for levels of good governance. Through the excellent work of the Finance Committee under Honourable Glungwana and the Scope Committees, many areas of concern have been identified as we traverse the year ahead. The Finance Committee has identified the following issues that must be urgently addressed. The Zulu Royal Household Trust must urgently appoint a board and finalise its commercialisation plans. The Departments of Education and Public Works must urgently reach a resolution on infrastructure projects. The Department of Education faces severe COE challenges, and to mitigate this must urgently conduct a staff verification exercise to contain costs. Department of Education again must also rein in unauthorized expenditure of over 1 billion rand. Community safety must urgently conduct assessment of its structures, many of which have been non-functional for over 5 years. The Department of Health must urgently address the issue of sufficient EMRS services through possible private-public partnerships, as well as the urgent need for the digitization of patient records to mitigate against medico-legal claims. Sports, arts and culture must urgently fill the 56 vacant but funded posts within its organisation. Provincial Treasury must urgently finalise the issue of security for Utala SOC depositors in order to enable loan, interest, insurance and development funding to be available to the entity for their survival. The Department of Health must urgently control irregular or unauthorised, fruitless and wasteful expenditure and pursue effective consequence management. Accounting officers, together with senior management, should regularly monitor the effectiveness of preventative measures to improve the overall control environment. The provincial legislature should provide effective oversight to the provincial government and should hold leadership accountable for underperformance and non-compliance. The introduction of departmental dashboards by Provincial Treasury will greatly improve this oversight function. These joint efforts will contribute significantly to the province fulfilling its mandate and improving the quality of life and its people. The Government of Provincial Unity has made remarkable progress in the 7th administration. We began with a deficit of 9 billion rand, and it's been reduced to 4.5 billion rand. That deserves a round of applause. The Provincial Treasury will continue in this trend with groundbreaking initiatives such as the e-procurement services, which will no doubt lead to massive savings across the provincial government. The GPU has welcomed its partners who are steeped in the tradition of good governance. The GPU has welcomed the expertise available and has shown that it is willing to take decisive action against offenders when necessary. The electorate of KZN have placed the solemn responsibility on our shoulders. I'm confident that with this budget and a firm commitment to good governance, this government can take bold steps into the future and achieve the prosperity and dignity that our citizens deserve. We will continue to fight for this, and we will not step back. We are resolute. Siyabongela. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Bartise. Honourable members, the next Honourable Member for 6 minutes from the MKP, Honourable C.T. Kanye.
Madam Speaker, ngibingelele uPresident wethu Baba Ncamalala, ngibingelele inkosi yasemadungweni inkosi ubaba uChiliza, ngibingelele amalungu omkhonto wesizwe wonke abahlonishwa esizabalaza nabo ekubuyiseni isithunzi somuntu omnyama, bese ngibingelela iGPU ngokuhlala kwayo kwesokudla. Before anything else, I just want to highlight this. I am standing here representing millions of citizens of KwaZulu-Natal who are crying and feeling the betrayal by the selfish government of this country. This government decided to be selfish and took a painful decision that was going to depress our poor communities further. The increase in VAT was going to destroy millions of our people. So umkhonto wesizwe sasivele singavumelani inhlobo nalento yokwenyuswa kweVAT. Sekubuhlungu manje ukuthi abakakhongoloze sebeze bavuswe iDA emaqandeni. Yize singavumelani inhlobo neDA, kodwa thina besivele simile ekutheni lento yentela enyuswa ikuhlukumeza abantu abahlwembu. Well, benizoba nendaba kanjani nabantu abangenivotelanga. I'm happy to say MK is on the side of the poor South Africans, and we will always remain on this side of societal spectrum. Honorable Speaker, one of the core functions of Treasury and Finance Department is generally managing and optimizing financial resources, which all includes preparing and managing the budgets. Now the big question is, how far are you from achieving that? The KZN departments are a disaster, and it is disappointing to witness it, always running out of funds, which disturbs them from functioning properly. There is a lack of clear prioritization of citizens. The budget failed to clearly prioritize spending on South African citizens, potentially benefiting undocumented individuals. When one looks at the way the budgets are cut, it clearly shows that the government of provincial unity was not the will of the people, but the will of the Stellenbosch mafia, of which they are all about making sure that the poorer gets more poor and the richer gets richer every day. Madam Speaker, the Department of Education has had crisis for the past 5 years. The budget is always cut down, and who suffers at the end of the day is the black child. The 66 billion given to the Department of Education is not adequate. This year, we had schools that struggled to receive stationery because of the department had no funds. Kumanje, kuno supplier ababopha i-department ngoba abayikhokhele. Ezemfundo isibani sesizwe, kodwa kubukeka ngathi lo hulumeni ucindezela impumelelo yomuntu omnyama. The Department of Health was given more budget than the Department of Education. However, even the budget is just not enough for the department and the issues surrounding the health sector in the province. Umnyango wezempilo awunawo ama-ambulance anele angakwazi ukumelana nomphakathi waKwaZulu-Natal. On a population of 12 million, the Department of Health needs about 1,000 ambulances to keep up with the abahlali base KZN. And you can clearly see ukuthi there is no proper plan with GPU. KZN has about 200 ambulances, and 50% of those ambulances they are due to be scrapped. The department not long ago was short of tablets and medicine in some hospitals because of lack of funds. Comes the budget of GNU is not enough again. Again, this is a critical department that's supposed to be prioritized. Kuhlukumezeka abantu bakithi. Department of Agriculture again, isabelo mali sakhona asisijabulelanga. Agriculture i-department okumele ibhekeleleke ngoba ukuphila kwabantu bakithi kuwukulima nasemhlabathini. Madam Speaker, the other day as Finance Committee, we were visited by the Itala board. It was disappointing to hear those guys mumbling when they were asked, when we asked them about the plan of action to save Itala from liquidation. Again, IGANU, GNU, GPU didn't cater for saving ibhange labantu bakithi. How on earth will you have government that will say we can assist you, but
Siyabonga, Honorable Kanye. Thank you, honorable members. The next honorable member for 6 minutes from the EFF is Honorable M.W. Twala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Economic Freedom Fighters has declared the month of April as a month where the intensifies its fight for the return of our stolen land. As the EFF
Honorable Twala?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is it possible to put the volume up as well?
Are you ensuring that is Katsama's hand?
As Hambi is Katsako, Honorable Twala. Honorable Twala, as Hambi is Katsako, we just want to make sure that you are audible. Or just put it a bit closer to you. You may continue. Thank you.
The Economic Freedom Fighters has declared the month of April as a month where it intensifies its fight for the return of our stolen land. As the EFF, we are proud to say that on the 28th of April, we are waging a war against Smangaliso Wetlands Park, which has illegally dispossessed our people and black farmers of their land. We invite all interested parties to join us as the struggle against colonial dispossession continues. The Economic Freedom Fighter stands before this House not to rubber stamp mediocrity, but to expose and reject 2025-26 KwaZulu-Natal provincial budget that perpetuates underdevelopment, inequality, and dependency. We, however, welcome the additional funding from the National Treasury that has been allocated to Department of Education as well as human settlements in this province. We hope that these monies will be safeguarded and utilized accordingly, given the challenges faced by these departments, particularly the Department of Education, whose situation is so dire right now that in the absence of a contingency plan, 19,000 teachers run the risk of losing their jobs. And furthermore, the department might not be able to pay salaries of more than 2,000 teachers in the current financial year. The provincial budget projects a total budget of 158 billion, of which 80.7% comes from the equitable share. 16.6% comes from conditional grants. Only 4.2 billion, which is 2%, comes from own revenue. This illustrates a severe incapacity to generate independent income. This over-dependence on national transfers signals a weak provincial economy. Year after year, KZN fails to diversify its revenue base or uses strategic assets such as land, minerals, ports, and agriculture to create sustainable income. In 2015-2016, KZN generated 3.1 billion in own revenue. A decade later, only our own revenue grew by 6.5%, barely above inflation, despite economic potential. Where is the plan to build fiscal sovereignty? We should be investing in agro-industrial zones to foster economic development, job creation, and food security. State-owned factories and transport entities, leasing public land for productive use, state-owned construction company, and abolish tenders, provincial banks, and manufacturing hubs. Without this, we remain beggars in our province. Municipal grants and underspending and mismanagement of grants. It is an insult to the people of KZN that 25 municipalities, 16 of those are IFP municipalities, fail to spend their conditional grants in full allocated by provincial treasury. Kunomasipala kulesi sifundazwe lapho khona bephucwe imali elinganiselwa ku-15 million. Now umasipala ofana nowaseMsunduzi. These are the same municipalities that are grappling with water infrastructure and electricity infrastructure crisis. Others have already incurred expenditure but cannot reimburse the grant funding, leading to audit irregularities and service delivery backlog. An estimated 861 million in unspent or misused conditional grant is currently under review. The EFF is demanding immediate provincial intervention under Section 139. Municipalities like Umtubatuba, municipalities like Umhlatuza, municipalities like Newcastle.
which are repeatedly offenders municipalities. A forensic audit on all conditional grant transactions from 2020 to 2024. The EFF demands to prioritize job creation sector, support local manufacturing and black industrialists and township enterprises, establish a KZN state-owned construction company to absorb unemployment artisans and engineers. The Department of Health is allocated 56.2 billion, accounting to 37.9 provincial budget. Yet we have a broken system where there is a shortage of medication and dilapidated healthcare facilities. Over 35% of clinics in rural areas lack basic infrastructure like running water. Over 3.9 billion was lost to accruals, litigations, and medical legal claims in the Department of Health. We are demanding as the EFF that there should be audit on all healthcare consultants and in-source all non-core services. Launch a provincial pharmaceutical manufacturing entity. In-source all security guards, catering, and maintenance services to save monies which are lost with these corrupt tenders that are given to friends. The education budget stands at 66.6 billion, about 42% of total spending. However, over 1,300 schools still use pit latrines. Only 11% of schools in rural areas have functional computer labs. We are calling.
Thank you so much, Honorable Twala. Thank you. Your time has come to an end. Thank you.
It does not empower working class.
Thank you. Can we mute him?
It does not advance the cause for economic favor. It celebrates numbers while hiding.
Can we please mute Honorable Twala?
And it tolerates corruption.
Can we
where the poor
Honorable Twala is muted. Thank you. The next honorable member for 6 minutes from the NFP, Honorable CM Shinga.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker of the House, Honorable Boyce, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Hlonishwa Mabatho Tembe, the Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, honorable members, the citizens of KwaZulu-Natal, sanibonani. Ngiyabonga ithuba ukuthi ngikhulume namhlanje egameni le-National Freedom Party. As we rise to engage in this general debate and vote on the reports of the Finance Portfolio Committee and the Standing Committee on Oversight, we do so understanding that this moment defines the trajectory of service delivery in our province. Honorable Deputy Speaker, while we welcome the increase in the provincial equitable share, 1.735 billion to 2.348 billion and 3.109 billion across MTEF, it is sobering to note that the fiscal wounds of historical budget cuts remain fresh. Departments have lost over 25 billion cumulatively since 2021-2022, and yet we are expected to deliver more with less. What is evident in this budget process is that despite improved fiscal framework, the province's financial oxygen remains constrained. A glaring example is the 12.6 billion in additional budget request from department for 2025-2026. Only a fraction of this was met. The imbalance between need and allocation remains a deep concern, and it is here that bold decisions must be made. On infrastructure investment, a strategic imperative. While 18.2 billion has been allocated for infrastructure, it is disheartening that most of this funding is earmarked for maintenance and refurbishment. Honorable members, our communities do not live in theoretical budget. They live with leaking ceilings in school, collapsing roads, and clinics without proper sanitation. As the NFP, we call for a targeted ring fencing of at least 30% of infrastructure budget towards new development in underserved districts. A provincial audit of infrastructure delays and sabotage, particularly where previously disadvantaged contractors are penalized for system failures. Sithi-ke uhulumeni kumele avumele abathintekayo ukuthi babe yingxenye yezenzo zentuthuko bangabi ihambeli eyibukela kude. Umnotho womphakathi mawuzuzise wonke umuntu hayi inhlaka ezimbalwa. Maximizing the budget through innovation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we support the introduction of and expansion of e-governance and digital solutions as evidenced in the Department of Health's e-health rollout. However, we urge a transversal digital integration strategy across departments, not pilots only. Quarterly reporting on implementation costs, efficiency gains, and long-term cost-saving benefits. Furthermore, the Provincial Treasury should expand its public-private partnership framework, especially for departments like health and transport. As the NFP, we support public-private partnerships that empower local SMMEs, not just entrench monopolies. Addressing the wage pressures and fiscal honesty, the province is commended for securing 918.6 million to 1 billion in wage gap funding over the MTEF. However, many departments failed to budget even for the initial 4.6 increase. The NFP then recommends an urgent provincial wage risk register to preempt future unfunded mandates, that the departments be held accountable for failing to adhere to national wage planning benchmarks. Honorable Speaker, oversight must be more than a post-mortem. We must prevent fiscal homage. For an example, education incurred over 1 billion in unauthorized expenditure last year. The Department of Arts and Culture sits with 56 funded vacant posts. How can we speak of job creation when we don't fill available vacancies? While we note the decline in provincial-owned revenue due to decreased health patient fees and treasury interest earning, the Department of Transport's innovation through abnormal load permits shows what can be done. We urge other departments to explore revenue streams aligned with service delivery, such as digital license renewal, heritage tourism levies, and infrastructure-linked user fees. Strategic budget realignment. Singaba kuhle isabelo mali sihunyushwa ngokoqobo kubantu, hayi ukuthi sibakhulumele kodwa sibazise ukuthi imali ifika kanjani emphakathini yabo. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, as the National Freedom Party, we do not oppose this budget blindly. We support it with a sharpened eye, vigilant hand, and a commitment to push for bold, just, and people-driven reforms. Ngiyabonga kakhulu mayithuthuke KwaZulu-Natal ngengala sizinda nentuthuko. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shinga. Honorable members, the next honorable member for 4 minutes from the MKP, Honorable SP Seme.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Ndabezit Sanbonani. Honorable Speaker, it's in Kumbuz Babkwala through you, Honorable Speaker. Babu opposition party phela. Musukuletha indaba zasekamereni kuthina baba sixoxeni khona. Mase niyazi implement. Honorable Speaker, let me remind this GPU that we do not form part of it, and we certainly will never. They mustn't come here and seek solutions from us, no. Let me remind you, wonderful GPUs, that you were the very same people who voted for the budget last year when we rejected it. Sikulolubisha school nje namhlanje ngenxa yenu. Namanje nibhizinisi asisupport le nsambatheko. The next financial year, you'll be standing here singing the very same song we abhorred. Honorable Madlopa, through you, Honorable Speaker, do not think of yourself now. Think of your next generation, Honorable. DA claiming victory on reverse VATs. You were such a low party for that noise. Let's be honest, Honorable Bretosel, the noise was made by the MK party. That is not your celebration. That is not for you to celebrate. It's victory for the MK party. Honorable Bretosel, for your information, I have an MBA, something you'll never have. In closing, Honorable Speaker, if I leave this podium without congratulating the MKP for winning by elections in past consecutive months, it is true reflection that in May 2024, votes were rigged. So the people of KwaZulu-Natal, continue voting. Victory is certain. Maibu, yeah!
Thank you so much, honorable members. Honorable members, the next honorable member for 3 minutes from the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Aikika. Honorable members, please order. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and greetings to the honorable members. The DA welcomes the no VAT increase decision. The stance of the DA in KZN through the Honorable Rogers in the NCOP and through our colleagues in the National Assembly and to our legal team, through our colleagues, through all of this, we see a decisive victory for all South Africans, a sign of solidarity with the poor, and a demonstration of a strong democracy and systems. At every step of the way, if MK didn't know, the DA fought this from the cabinet table right to the courtroom. The Honorable Brauterset was a little bit polite. He didn't mention the smaller Nyana parties. However, I would like to remind members that the judge in her discussions in court mentioned Action SA specifically and called them naive. I call them green, as they are behind the ears. We have already agreed with the contents of the stack of report presented by the chairperson, and there is no need to rehash all of that. And it would be unwise of the DA to say that, to redo that. Suffice to remind members of the opposition, in the words of Walter Lippmann, that in a democracy, the opposition is not only tolerated as constitutional, but must be maintained because it is indispensable. The caveat is that the DA avers this, that it must be functional. So I think the Honorable Seme has it all wrong when she says she will not come here with solutions, because that is indeed the work of the opposition. What it means to be the opposition is well known by the DA. We've served in this House on those benches for a long time. And for those honorable members sitting on this side of the House, they must pay attention to that recording of Zuma that was made public when he says that he doesn't want to govern KZN. Yet some still come here and still have wet dreams about wanting to govern this province. It's a very good idea for them to be on the same page as him, given that you are already divided on how you are presenting yourself in this House today. The work of committees is anchored on oversight of the executive, and in as much as we gloss over their mission statements and values of the department as and whenever they present to us, it is very much this fundamental part that must be concentrated upon. Honorable members, I have been made aware that on the opposition benches on 2 separate occasions, there is a member that has sought accommodation, booked into the hotel, arrived and checked in, and then did not attend the meetings. We must name and shame these parties at some point. This is a matter that incurs irregular expenditure for committees that have already overspent
Thank you so much,
their budget.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, the next honourable member for 7 minutes from the African National Congress, Honourable S.A. Duma. Tumbeni.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, for affording us this opportunity. That's also great the Speaker of our Legislature, Khubela, Honourable Premier Pele, Honourable members who are in this August House. I stand before the honourable members inspired by the progress we have made as a province and the country as a whole over the last 8 years, Honourable Speaker. We attribute this progress to the blueprint for a democratic South Africa, better known as the Freedom Charter. We wouldn't be here if 3,000 heroes and heroines, all in the national groups, did not gather together in Cape Town in 1955 to reject the apartheid regime, to pronounce the whole world their views on what a freedom democratic South Africa should look like. Amongst other things, they garnered and say the people shall govern. Indeed, we are here in echoing almost even different circumstances and sentiments because they had to fight for that democratic country, irrespective whether we are a worker, a mine worker, domestic worker, factory workers, farm workers, students, traditional leaders, people of all religious groups. They had to be defended. Importantly, the occasion of the adoption of the Freedom Charter marked by awarding the Order of Isandlwane to Inkosi Albert Mvumbilu Thuli, Dr. Yusuf Dati, and Father Trevor Huddleston. As we stand here, Honourable Speaker, today celebrating 70 years since the adoption of the Freedom Charter, we have service delivery programs that are based on the key aspect of the Freedom Charter. Amongst other elements is the National Health Insurance, which is aimed at ensuring that ordinary members, because when we debate a budget, we must always encapsulate within our minds that at the end of the day, we stand here, 80 of us, for the benefit of our people, not just for our dress, not for our suits and all those things. The issue of education as a sector, it must be prioritized, and the sacrosanct element, which at the end of the day is going to liberate an African child, even in rural areas. KwaZulu-Natal has been producing excellent matric results and producing highest number of bachelors as a result of this August House and what has been done by this government. And so those are the things that we must just stand. Honourable Speaker, I must highlight, yes, there is a vet saga. I think I must just accept it. And it must always be noted in regard and in retrospect, this is not a means to an end. And it must be understood within the context of the poor and who really suffered in defense of the vulnerable, as opposed to the armchair critics who are hell-bent in false marketing of the wrong brands and pseudo-caring elements. Just imagine a viewer and someone who's at home online hearing the noise that who made a better noise on the issue of vet saga as opposed who is giving us an analogy of a good branded KwaZulu-Natal. Imagine our kids watching this debate at home. We have implemented measures to massify our TVET college system towards the goal of 2.5 million enrollment in this sector. Honourable Speaker, I just have to highlight, we have a school nutrition program to ensure that learners from poor families have a decent meal. We welcome the fact that more than 2.5 million learners in quintals 1 and 3, including some quintile 4 and 5 schools, as well as special schools, will continue to be provided with a balanced, nutritious meal. There is a budget of more than 2 billion for this purpose. So at some point in time, when we talk about budget, the texture of the budget, at the end of the day, we must go in a tedious, calm way and analyze who must benefit out of this process. As these legislators who are accepted to be doing the lawmaking at the end of the day, who must also play that oversight role. Are we able to do that? I'm sure some of us, it would be a futile exercise that if we're here to stand, make more noise, even want the decibels, who can make more noise. I don't think it will be fair for this democracy going forward. This is a continuation of clear program of action based on poor ANC policies from the 6th administration. We commend MEC Rogers for deploying resources to all government departments in line with pronouncement by the Premier Ntuli in the State of the Provincial Address. We want to thank Mpemba for ensuring that we guide, and we are mindful and factual that the circumstances and the retrospect of this 558 billion, it's not adequate. It's something that is well known. It's unfortunately how we get the funding. The appropriation bill comes from national. If you've got 3.5 trillion coming from national, even if you start from zero-based budgeting, there is nothing as the province you could do as a miracle. There is a reality. There is a backlog when it comes to human settlements, on building education, schools, on building infrastructure. But that backlog is not going to be just addressed by rhetoric. It will be a scientific tool and consistently ensuring that our stakeholders are taken into the pinnacle of understanding where we are as the government. So I'm sure we must just collaborate. More than 100 billion has been allocated to Central for the construction of roads network. Indeed, KwaZulu-Natal has been declared as the construction site. So we must just be mindful when it comes to those issues. Not so long ago, we listened attentively when Honorable Makubane spoke at highly, even advancing that Itala CEO is amongst the best CEO in the province, which we agreed in principle because he passed that stat and he was amongst those. Today, unfortunately, from MKP, no, Itala failed dismal to present the budget with that CEO. So we are not sure, even when we're listening with our circumcised minds and ears, who should we listen to? So it's something that we just have to check. How do we balance such equations? And we are still listening attentively to all the debates going forward. So unfortunately that when we deliberate on these matters, we just always take this thing. Critically, we welcome the forecast of the Health Department, which received 56.2 billion, an increase from 53 billion. So a member who thinks health received more than education, even arithmetically so. Education has 60s, this one is 50. So listen to that tally and understand. But even in that spectrum, it is not yet adequate. It is something collectively that we must fight for. KwaZulu-Natal is in the trajectory and the journey, if we could all collaborate in ensuring that we support each other, critique each other whenever there is a need, by play that oversight role, come to portfolio committees. I want to thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you. Honorable members. Honorable members, the next honorable member for 16 minutes from the MK, Honorable M.A. Dirks. Honorable members, may I remind you, if you are debating, to please come to the podium ahead of your time. Thank you. Honorable Dirks.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members, all present in the House, members in the gallery, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, good morning, how are you? Okay. Honorable members, before I go into what was raised by other members here from this coalition parties, Madam Speaker, just last year, during my budget debate, I said the following, and I want to quote, open quote, this budget of the former ANC MEC of Finance is a neoliberal budget in line with DA economic policy, hence the DA's comfort in presenting it as its own. This budget advocates for the reduction of government spending in line with neoliberalism. The austerity measures introduced in this budget are directed at the poor. This budget will lead to a plethora of harmful socio-economic consequences, including increased poverty and unemployment. Instead of addressing unemployment, job creation, and growing the economy, this budget will increase the suffering of the people of KZN. This budget will not create jobs. More jobs will be lost instead. More people will not afford to pay for electricity and services. People in Kanyakote and Zululand will continue sharing drinking water with animals because of this budget. This budget will not grow the economy. Indeed, it is a sad day in the history of KwaZulu-Natal that a white, racist, neoliberal, Zionist, right-wing 13% party is in charge of the finances of KwaZulu-Natal, affecting the lives of millions
Honourable
of African
Dirks.
people in the province.
Honourable Dirks, I do apologize to stop you. Honourable Kika, please can you remind your honourable members not to walk in the passage when a member is speaking, as all other members have to. Honourable members from the MK, please let me handle it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Honourable member, what are you raising a point of order when I have spoken?
Yes.
What is your point of order on?
I'm referring to Rule 54 in particular, and 54.2 in terms of the line that you have just ruled on, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have clarified this matter with the table staff previously, in that in the definition of the line, members may walk through the passage. If you are differing from that, then we will follow your ruling going forward. However, it differs from the previous clarity that we sought in this regard.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I have ruled under the order, but thank you so much. Honourable Dirks, I do apologize. You may continue.
No, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for your kindness. The people of KwaZulu-Natal must never forget that this situation was made possible by the ANC led by Honourable Doma. This budget smacks of terrorism and we reject it with the contempt that it deserves. Close quote. This was the quote from my last year's budget speech. And as I'm standing here, the people of Zululand and Zululand is still drinking water with animals. That budget of last year did not create the jobs that it promised that it will create. Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Madam Speaker, this financial year, the Honourable Rogers presented to this House an expenditure and a revenue collection statement, not a budget. This expenditure and revenue collection statement cannot and will never address the structure of the provincial economy, which is fundamental to the transformation of the economy, job creation, and the total economic emancipation of black majority of KZN. We cannot pursue economic...
Honourable Dirks, I do apologize. Please take your seats. Honourable Kika, what rule do you rise on?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise on Rule 75(1).
Sorry, Honourable Kika, you may proceed.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Dirks, when he made certain references without mentioning the name of the Honourable Rogers, his speech was directly reflective and insulting and discriminatory against the Honourable Rogers in the words that he used to describe the MEC of Finance by calling him all kinds of names, racist, all those kinds of things. And I would appreciate that you have a look at the Hansard and then come back with a ruling on the matter.
Thank you so much, Honourable Kika. Honourable Member, please can we respect the Honourable Members, but it's also during the spirit of debate. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I did not refer to the Honourable Rogers as being racist. I was referring to the political party, which is the TA. And when I say the TA as a Zionist, racist, neoliberal party, doesn't mean that in the TA, everybody in the TA is racist. Doesn't mean that at all. So I was referring to a political party, not an individual, but I can understand what...
Honourable Dirks, you may continue with your
debate. Yes, and I'm
debate.
continuing with my debate. I can understand what will happen here today. I will be interrupted continuously, but with frivolous point of orders here, just to disrupt my debate, because some people do not want to hear the truth here. We cannot pursue economic expansion through purposeful provincial government-led industrialization via this so-called budget. With this expenditure and revenue collection statement, we cannot develop and grow the productive forces of our economy in a manner that will guarantee full employment and create conditions for common and full prosperity for all the people of KZN. This expenditure and revenue collection statement will not fight poverty and reduce inequalities in KZN. The very same outcomes that the MEC for Finance is trying to prevent from happening with these budget cuts will result in exactly what he's trying to prevent from happening, which is over-expenditure and unauthorized expenditure. The two most critical departments in this province is education and health. This kind of budget will destroy whatever is left of these two departments. The allocation to education is shocking and disgraceful. It is the African child in the province of KwaZulu-Natal who will suffer the consequences of this DA neoliberal budget. It is clear that the DA does not care about black votes. They only care about black people's votes. They do not care about black people. It is criminal that the finances of this province are being decided upon by a 13% on behalf of the majority. During the budget hearings, it was clear that with the current budget allocations to education, that it will not be able to meet 5 of its 6 priorities. As Umkhonto, we are not going to support a nonsense budget that will result in over-expenditure and unauthorized expenditure. The MEC can come at the end of this debate and hurl insult at us for raising these issues. But 6 months from now, this department, the education department, will have incurred unauthorized and over-expenditure. The media and the people of KZN must take note that what we are saying here today as controversy will be proven correct. Madam Speaker, as controversy, we want to bring it to your attention and inform the people of KwaZulu-Natal that the looting at the health department is unprecedented. Now, the chief whip of the legislature, not the chief whip of a political party like myself, the chief whip of the legislature, came here and he presented a factual report, very objective report of the state of the province and the over-expenditure, the nepotism and everything that's happening in this province. He gave a general, broad overview. But Madam Speaker, allow me to give some of the details of what that Honourable Speaker's report actually speaks about. Madam Speaker, as Umkhonto, we want to say that the use of consultant by the health department in order to facilitate looting must stop. Cannot appoint consultants in that health department in order to loot. And the MEC of Finance knows exactly, the MEC of Health knows exactly what I'm talking about. It is unacceptable that the CFO of Health appoints a consulting company that he resigned from 10 days before the closing date of the bid. The CEO is the chairperson of the bid awards committee, but decides to play musical chairs and went to go and sit on the technical evaluation committee in order to ensure that the very same company of his gets shortlisted. Even the provincial tender tribunal ruled against the CFO. But the MEC of Finance and the Premier are silent when it comes to corruption. The budget does not demonstrate, this budget, Madam Speaker, does not demonstrate impatience and intolerance of corruption, fruitless, wasteful, and unauthorized expenditure. We have no moral leadership, political leadership in this DA-led provincial coalition. Madam Speaker, we have a premier who refuses to give leadership because of his fear of losing blue lights. Madam Speaker, we have a premier who is failing KZN. Madam Speaker, we have a premier who is presiding over a provincial government that is collapsing financially. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Ntuli has turned the office of the premier into the King Ketswayo district municipality. Madam Speaker, the nepotism that report of the chief whip of the legislature spoke about, let me just point out some of the nepotisms. Madam Speaker, the appointments in the office of the Premier. The Director of Special Projects in Operation Sakuma is from King Ketswayo Municipality. Madam Speaker, the Director of HIV and AIDS are from King Ketswayo Municipality. This director has never physically reported for duty to the unit. In fact, the HIV and AIDS staff haven't even met her. The incumbent gets paid the salary of a director for HIV and AIDS without doing any duties related to that post. The acting chief director of human resources in the office of the Premier from King Ketswayo office again, the municipality again. That is the second person attached to one position. The unit already has a chief director who occupies this post for several years. The director of international relations, guess from where? From King Ketswayo Municipality. The chief director of provincial information communication technology in the office of this Premier, again from Umhlazi local municipality in the King Ketswayo Municipal District. Madam Speaker, the deputy director in the office of the Premier is the former municipal manager of the King Ketswayo District Municipality. Madam Speaker, no recruitment processes was followed in these appointments. The Speaker does as the Premier does as he pleases, and he doesn't care about employment processes. Madam Speaker, the fact of the matter is that we do not have a Speaker. We have a mayor masquerading as a Premier. We reject once again this nonsense budget. Madam Speaker, allow me to respond to some of the utterances of Honorable Kikia, Dr. Kikia, Honorable Dr. Kikia. Many public utterances and some of these utterances in the South. Madam Speaker, the MK party is not here to inherit the system. We are here to transform it. We do not owe loyalty to the colonial constitution or neo-rebel dogma. We are loyal only to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Our vision is not about defending elite institutions captured by capital. It is about building a sovereign, people-centered province rooted in justice, land, dignity, and economic freedom. Madam Speaker, Honorable Kika speaks of constitutionalism, while his own party worships a constitution that has failed to return land, failed to end poverty, and failed to dismantle the apartheid economic legacy. He accuses the MK party of lacking policy coherence, yet the DA's only real policy is to protect white privilege under the guise of law and order. As for the honourable member's comments, Madam Speaker, on internal party matters, the honourable Dr. Kikia would do well to focus on the crumbling credibility of his own party, one that has lost the trust of both black and white South Africans and has now resorted to clinging to power by serving as junior partners in a coalition which the very ANC they once opposed. The MK party will continue to use the platforms available to it in this legislature, including Rule 130, to raise urgent national and provincial issues. We will continue to unsettle the comfort of the political establishment, this GPU. The comfort will unsettle it at all times. As I speak, we're on the streets. We are marching. We will unsettle. They will unsettle. We are going to take your head on. We are going to remove you all. Very, very soon we are going to remove you all. And yes, we will continue. And yes, Honourable Speaker, we will continue to chant Kwazam Konto. We'll continue to chant our slogan, because that is the call to action, to conscientize and to courage. The real fear behind Dr. Kikia's attack is not our slogans, but our momentum. It is not our past, but our future. And in that future, the DA is not leading, it is watching from the sidelines. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, let me just come here. Commanders, I think I need to speak Afrikaans so that these people, so they can understand. I need to speak Afrikaans so that this white establishment must understand what I'm saying. I must address them in full Afrikaans. Madam Speaker, there's this issue of the VAT. the DA, I'll make, Honorable Madam Speaker, if through you, with permission, if I can ask the Honorable Seme to explain during lunchtime to the MEC of Finance what is VAT. So can she explain to him? Now she'll explain to you. We'll make the young lady explain to you. Now, Honorable Speaker, the issue of VAT, the issue of VAT here, Honorable Speaker, the fact of the matter is that if President Zuma did not launch Umkhonto weSizwe on the 16th of December, 2023, the ANC was going to get 50 plus 1% in the elections. And today, on the May 1st, the people of South Africa was going to have a VAT increase of 1%. But it's because of the efforts of President Zuma that have saved the people of South Africa. It is not the noises of the DA that went to court. It's not. It is the fact that the ANC did not get the 51%, and the only party and the only person in this country that could have dropped the ANC below 50% was President Zuma. And when I was in the ANC, I warned them about it. I warned them about their behavior. And President Zuma came along and President Zuma dropped him. So South Africans must thank President Zuma because they were going to get a 2% increase without President Zuma. Viva Msholozi, viva! Amandla!
Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Order. Order, honourable members. The next honourable member for 8 minutes from the IFP, Honourable MP Gwala.
Honourable Speaker, departments must sign and enforce performance contracts. If we cannot measure the output of officials, we cannot hold them accountable, nor can we reward excellence. That is a disservice to the many diligent public servants who quietly deliver with honor every day. We commend the current leadership under Honorable Premier 18 Doli, who inherited an overwhelming catalogue of dysfunction from the sixth administration, riddled with transgressors or transgressions, incompetence, and widespread service delivery collapse. Yet, under this administration, a new wind blows. We are witnessing a cohort of well-equipped, reform-driven leaders taking decisive steps to address past failures. This leadership has shown resolve in implementing consequence management, restoring ethical standards, and resolutely rejecting mediocrity and failure. Honorable Premier and his team in the executive are doing the best they can to rectify the mistakes of the past. We in this side of the House have confidence in Honorable 18 Doli and are hopeful of taking the KZN to be the best province. Their mission to restore our provincial government departments and entities to their former glory is not aspirational, it is actionable. The IFP is proud to partner in this vision. However, we must speak candidly. Social cohesion remains fragile. We call upon Premier Doli to lead boldly in forging unity across racial and cultural divides. The legislature must also actively promote inclusivity and respect. I don't think that contribution in support of the new government is a bedroom issue. This doesn't require a choir of frogs to croak in a shallow pond. In fact, because they are useless, in the construction of the country in terms of economy. It is not enough to acknowledge difference. We must celebrate shared identity. All races must participate fully in cultural commemorations like Umkhosi weLembe. Schools too must nurture unity, instill natural respect, and dismantle racial prejudice. Bullying, discrimination, and division has no place in a progressive society. Let us remember, the ghost of apartheid must be exorcised, and those who incite racial hostility must face harsh and immediate consequences. In conclusion, let us seize the moment. Let us reject failure, eradicate corruption, and imagine what good governance can be. Let us work together to build a KwaZulu-Natal that delivers services, empowers its people, and restores the dignity that so many have been denied. We also urge this House to act with unity and maturity. Political contestation must never eclipse the need of the people. We call on all members across party lines to put the interest of KwaZulu-Natal above party or politics, above party, and above ego. Together, we can push this province forward. Grandstanding over the VAT is unfortunate. One of the major reasons for economic downturn was caused by leaders who advocated looting that collapsed the economy in two provinces, namely KZN and Gauteng. It is a disgrace that those who masquerade as the spokesperson of the poor have a double agenda, as they are sheep by day and a wolf by night. During the day, they are holier than thou, and during the night, they change the T-shirt to continue where they left off. The IFP supports the provincial government to use every effort available in making sure that poverty be eradicated. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Gwala. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the debate. We will now move on to the response by the MEC of Finance for 20 minutes. Honorable F.A. Rogers. Honorable members, order, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me firstly thank everybody that contributed to the debate. I despair that the debate seems to be more of a political platform than actually addressing the needs of the people in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, which I'm afraid is a sad indictment. You know, Honorable Gwala, your words, and I made a note of it. You said you're not here to criticize blindly, but you're here to contribute constructively. I think those were the wisest words that were said during this 1.5-hour debate. But the reality is, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is what happens when you have an opposition party that is ineffective, disjointed, divided, and disgruntled along party lines, with a lack of fiscal intelligence. Because all I heard was a whole lot of moaning and groaning, but no solutions. It's all very well, Honourable Seme, I'm worried about your MBA and the actual impact your MBA has had on you.
Through me, Honourable.
But anyway, you have a better qualification than me. Yeah, maybe I'm jealous. But here's the reality. You said to me, you want free education, you want free health, You want this free, you want that free. You never told me how to fund it. This is where the fiscal delinquency comes in. Your lack of fiscal understanding. You can stand here and grandstand as much as you like, Honorable Seme. The people outside of this room want to know, where are you going to get the money for free education? Where are you going to get the money? Where do you want to take it from? Huh? Because the reality is, let me give you an education, a lesson. Here's my MBA on financial management. We get a limited resource when it comes to finance, and that is allocated to each department. Now, if you want education to get more money.
Honorable MEC.
Listen, by the way, I love your MEC. DA blue dress.
Honorable
it's wonderful.
MEC. Honorable members, please can we have some order in the House? I am struggling to hear the debates and the responses. Honorable MEC, please can you refer to me and not to a member? And honorable members, please can you allow me to do my job? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. But you see, again, this is the maturity of the opposition. I sat here and I listened, but they don't listen. They can give it, but they don't want to take it. And that is the reality. So, Honourable Seme, one of the reasons, through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
One of the reasons we're in this, and here we're back to empty vessels again. Empty vessels making the most noise. We're rasa. O rasa injalo. Anmazi untoni pa emhlongo wakhe. Here's the reality. We're in this mess because of Jacob Zuma. Ngamalala. He was president for 7 years. Now here's another 9 years. Okay. All right. 9 years.
Order,
what happened?
Members.
What happened with state capture? How much has your president wasted of our money on staying out of court that could have employed more teachers and more doctors? But your president, Ngamalala, stole our money, which he's now using to stay out of court. How much money? I could have employed more teachers. I could have employed more doctors with the money that your president, Jacob Zuma, has stolen from our fiscus. That's the reality why we're in this position. You wanted politics? Let me give you the politics. And I'm not here to debate expropriation. I don't know why you are. That's not the platform. That's at a national level. Maybe with your MBA you can become a member of the National Assembly. Here's something that nobody picked up, I think Honourable Browder said, that since this government of provincial unity took over, we were projecting to overspend by 10 billion rand. That is reduced currently to under 1 billion. Now, if that's not a success from the GPU, then I don't know what is. The reality is, the MK want to take over this province and this government so that they can steal more like they did when Jacob Zuma was the president. That's exactly what it's all about. The Treasury, my own department, has cut its expenditure by 12 million rand. Why? Because we want to introduce a procurement system which will stop corruption, which at an SCM level will save us millions and millions of rand. I'm not sure what the members of Finance Committee and MK actually sit and do in those committees, because these are issues that you should be driving in your committee. The MK says it'll reject the budget, so does the EFF. Well, you lost the last time this budget came around. You'll probably lose again. But remember, that if the budget is not passed, what are you going to explain to teachers, to nurses, to doctors, to the pupils out there, to people living with social development requirements? What are you going to explain? That you pro-poor? You're not pro-poor, you pro yourself. That's all you want, is you want to get more. And we won't let you capture the province. Honourable Browder, just a couple of things, and thank you for some of the issues you've raised. The Department of Education and Public Works have resolved their disputes. and everything is under control there. So I can assure the people of the province that things are happening. And when it comes to the Department of Education, again, my friends on the left here that don't really want to listen, there is a staff verification process happening in the department, and Treasury is actually part of it. So we're doing oversight of that problem. When it comes to health, the MEC of Health, the one that's apparently so corrupt, according to Honourable Dirks, we've had a discussion about the situation around EMRS and around ambulances and the possibility of public-private partnerships. So we're being proactive. So don't come here and grandstand about ambulances. In fact, the numbers that were quoted were horribly wrong. But I know that a lot of people on the left here come out of the Jacob Zuma School of Maths, and they don't quite understand 1 million from 1 trillion to 1 billion. I mean, we've seen that. What this Treasury has also done, what this Treasury and this GPU has also done, is where there are capital projects that are being undertaken by departments so that we avoid the situation of over-expenditure, is we are ring-fencing that money so that when SMMEs and these emerging contractors come in and do work, we can ensure that they get paid on time. That is progressive. That is not looking after white monopoly capital, it's looking after emerging contractors. So where this claptrap comes from about racist neoliberal nonsense, I fail to understand. But this is the dialogue, the rhetoric that you use when you don't have any argument. You can talk about cash blocking that Treasury has introduced, also to avoid over-expenditure, because there was some howling about over-expenditure. This budget's not going to get us out of trouble. The Department of Education is going to overspend. This department's going to overspend. This is why we're putting these systems in place. Honourable Kanye, you must remember that the MK in the National Assembly, you're the minority. You're just a little nobody. So when it comes to VAT, don't come here and grandstand. You are insignificant in the bigger picture. Here you might be the majority, but in the National Assembly, again, this might be because you come out of the Jacob Zuma School of Maths. You talk about you're on the side of the poor. Where were you on the side of the poor when Jacob Zuma stole money? Where were you? You all had ANC T-shirts on in those days. All of you had ANC T-shirts. Dirks might have had a DA T-shirt, Honourable Dirks. Because I remember he was DA, then he was, the DA, ANC, and then MK, Honourable Dirks. And wasn't he also the deputy mayor of the city that collapsed under him? But he's got a lot to say. And where's he now? Babalagil. And Mazwa filled Antoni Pai jacket. But let me not go there. But that's the reality. You know, Honourable Kanye, there were two of you, Honourable Dirks and yourself.
Honourable MEC, please can you refer to me when speaking?
Yourself, through you, Madam Speaker, Honourable Kanye and Honourable Dirks, you spoke about budget cuts. Please explain where the budget cuts are. This is the first year there are no budget cuts. So I don't know if you're looking at the 24-25 budget, but we're dealing with the 26-27. Please just check the dates on the budget that you're going through. There are no budget cuts. There are no budget cuts. And if you think there are, then you need to go and redo your MBA. And there was another statement. Honourable Duma corrected me. When you come here unprepared, that is the most embarrassing thing of all. Honourable Kanye says to us that health got more than education. Where, my man? I don't know what budget you're looking at, but it's not our budget. Education got 66.6 billion. Health got 56.2 billion. Please, go to an optician, test your eyes, and look at the figures and come here with constructive input, not no sense input. We don't need that. So, Honourable Twala, you spoke about own revenue and the decline. Yes, but again, we've been on top of our game. You will soon be getting the new Gaming and Betting Act, the bill, which will come to the Legislature. And there you will see that there's additional revenue that we're going to be raising through casino tax and horse racing tax. Also, the Liquor Act. We are adapting and changing the Liquor Act, which is also going to generate additional revenue. So, you know, when you come here again and you grandstand, you say this GPU is not looking at revenue, that's incorrect. You're misleading yourself and you're misleading the people. And that's why a party like the EFF is in decline and you're collapsing. People don't believe you anymore. That's the reality. One of the reasons that we have a problem is exactly because of the economic climate in the province. And it's patient fees that have become a problem because of our current economy. But that is something that we're discussing with the MEC of Health, and we'll come up with a solution and a way forward. There's also this narrative that departments are not going to be able to pay their salaries. Now, I don't, Anmaz, Honourable Speaker, through you, Madam Speaker.
Sorry, Honourable MEC, please can you take a seat? Yes, Honourable Member, what rule do you rise on?
Madam Speaker, I'm rising on Route 61D, 1D. 61-1D.
61-1D?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Honourable Member.
The Honourable Member that is standing there, he keeps repeating into yodwa ukuthi uPresident wabantu base South Africa. Wantshontsha izimali nobundelicala.
Honourable members, please, can I listen? Honourable member. Honourable member. Honourable member. Honourable member. Honourable member. Honourable member, please. Honourable member, honourable member, honourable member, honourable member, honourable members, please can I make a ruling? Honourable member, please stand. Honourable member, please, honourable members, please can I make a ruling? Honourable member, the rule that you rise on 61D says serious allegations against a member. Honourable Jacob Zuma is not a member of this House. He is an ex-president. So unless it was against a member in this sitting, I will ask you to please sit down. Thank you.
We are.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable members. Thank you so much. Honourable MEC, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Perhaps it's time again that the opposition are educated on the rules of the House.
Order.
Because that was just absolute grandstanding, in my opinion. So I've dealt with Honourable Twala. I wanted to talk a little bit about this rumour or this from the opposition benches that departments won't pay salaries. Salaries are ring-fenced and salaries are run by the banker of the province. Departments do not have access to that money, and we've done that to ensure that at no stage will we compromise any single employee of this province when it comes to salaries. So to come here and say, oh, you're not going to be able to pay, please get your facts right. Try and understand budgeting and how we run. When you go to committees, when you're in your finance committees or whatever portfolio, contribute, listen, don't sleep, don't go outside and take phone calls, contribute, become constructive in your opposition, and you will learn. You will eventually be able to contribute to debates of this nature. We've done an exercise, Honourable Twala, through you, Deputy Chair, Deputy Speaker, on the cleaning and security costs. And it's going to cost us double if we take it on board in the province. Don't listen to Zwakele Mwangu, who knows nothing about finance. I worked with him. He is fiscally delinquent and he doesn't understand finance. So please don't, and I know he's an advisor to the MK as well. He was the one that told MK that it's a copy and paste a budget. Please, if you want advice on finance, come to me. I will assist you and I will help you. And that's the one thing, Honourable Dirks. I know he's quite pompous, Honourable Dirks, and he quite likes himself. And he quoted himself in his presentation. That's unheard of, but anyway, we'll allow him that opportunity. What he forgets in his quote is that he also called it a copy and paste. Now today he changed it to say, it's an ANC budget. He forgets that. He must go back and listen to the Hansard recording. Now, you know, Honourable Dirks, when you move across political parties the way you have, through you, Deputy Speaker, then you've got to question your morality, your principles when it comes to politics. I mean, I certainly wouldn't jump from one extreme to the other. You know, Honourable Dirks here today is saying, you know what, racist and liberals and whatever. He didn't call us that when he was in the DA. He didn't call us that. So, you know, I'm not sure what changed.
Honourable MEC. Honourable Member, please. Can we have some decorum in the House? Yes, Honourable Makubane, what rule do you rise on?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 57(1)(a), point of order, for Rule 61(d). Honourable Chief Whip has never been the member of the DA. If you can tell us when was he a member of the DA, ever since 80s, he was a veteran, actually from the early 80s of his, the early 80s of his life. He was
Honourable
a
Makubane. Honourable Makubane.
Working underground.
Honourable Makubane. Honourable Makubane. Honourable members.
When was Honourable Dirks a member of the DA? Which year was that?
Honourable
Where
Makubane.
of the DA?
Honourable Makubane. Honourable Makubane. Honourable Makubane. Please stand.
Talking nonsense.
Honourable Makubane.
Talking nonsense.
Honourable Makubane. Honourable Makubane. Please stand. First of all, you address me and not to the MEC. That's who you're calling the point of order to.
Apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sorry, Honourable Member. Yes. Which part? Which part can we record?
If he continues in the mic, you instruct us to disable his mic because it can't carry on whilst we're giving him.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. You have proof? Honourable Member?
Thank you very much, Madam.
MEC, I think we should desist on the Honourable Member on being in the Democratic Alliance.
No, that's fine. No proof. If he was here, we could have asked him.
Thank you.
Let me continue with Honourable Dirks, who used to be a member of the ANC, by the way, and today was very critical of the ANC. So I'm not quite sure what changed. But then he was a great, as I said, a successful deputy mayor in the city of Umzinduzi, which looks like a train wreck at the moment. You know, again, Honourable Dirks, you talk about issues in the department through you, Deputy Chair, Deputy Speaker. You talk about challenges in the Department of Health. You went on here ad nauseum about the Premier and who the staff are in the Premier. Again, let me educate the opposition. the ineffective opposition in this House. You can submit questions to ministries, number one, written questions. You can make oral questions. You can actually write to the Premier. If you serve in the Premier's portfolio committee...
Honourable MEC, there is a hand. Please may you take your seat.
Again, I didn't say anything about Jacob Zuma.
Honourable Member, what rule do you rise on?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Mam Kaula is back again. Madam Speaker, I rise on Rule 74, 1D. Now,
yes, Honourable Member.
The Honourable Member there is speaking about...
Honourable Members, I cannot hear the Honourable Member. Please, please, can I hear the Honourable Member and her point? Honourable Member, you may continue.
The Honourable Member there is speaking about our Chief Whip, Honourable Dex, and is referring to him as an old train wreck or something. And that is, what is it?
Honourable Member, can one person please speak?
Can you please withdraw the word that is said to Honourable Dex? That is a train wreck.
Honourable Members, please can I hear the Honourable Member so I can make a ruling? Please continue.
Continue.
Honourable Member, no. Honourable Member. Honourable Member. You cannot rise on a point of order but be disorderly yourself. Ageko umlungu, it is an honourable member.
Okay, honourable Omelapan.
Honourable MEC Francois Rogers.
Honourable MEC.
Honourable members, please can we have some decorum?
Honourable MEC, ukhulume amazwi unparliamentary. Honourable Chief Whip. Umelvin Dex sicela wa withdraw
athini
train esibonile noma efile akayilungise akayifuna withdraw ngoba
Honourable members, please can I make a ruling? Please, Honourable Member, please remain standing if you are going to make a ruling. A train wreck is not unparliamentary. It's not an unparliamentary language. It's just in the spirit of debate, Honourable Member. Thank you. You may sit down now. Honourable MEC, please can you speak? Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sorry. Honourable Chief Whip.
Honourable Speaker, I stand up on Rule 75. 1.
Yes, Honourable Member. Yes, Chief Whip.
An honourable member who spoke on a point of order to withdraw the word or the name Umlung.
No, honourable members, please.
Yeah. They must not withdraw, but apologize and withdraw.
Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable Chief Whip, please may you rise. Honourable Chief Whip, I cannot speak on a ruling that I've already ruled on, but it is noted, and I did tell her to please not say that. But it is noted. Thank you. Honourable members. Honourable MEC, please can you continue? Honourable Dirks, please can you have some handle on your members? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, as I said at the last debate, I've been in politics for a very, very long time. Sticks and stones and words, you know, might break your bones, but they'll never harm me. What I do find interesting is that people like Honourable Dirks, Honourable Seme, can sit here and slate the DA and slate the GPU, and we don't stand up and howl. We listen and we tolerate it. But the minute I have things to say about MK, where my mezakala, Ziyakhala igazi. Oh, hi man. You need to become a spear, man. You can take this. Believe me. As a spear, you must take it. Kwaza mkonto, kwaza. Mususaba, kwaza. So, Honorable Dirks, through you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, he talks about health and the appointments of consultants, and he goes on at the Premier, and I'm wondering if he's ever raised this before
Honourable
to get
MEC.
a proper answer.
Honourable MEC, please take your seats. Honourable Dirks.
I rise on Rule 57(1)D, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Dirks would like to know if you'd like to take a question.
Hayi namhlanje.
Thank you so much.
Yabona ke
You may continue, Honourable.
Mama Sumlom. Wathetha iXhosa andimazi uDirks ukhuluma iAfrikaans. Mina I've taken the opportunity to learn an African language. I wonder whether the Honourable Dirks has ever done that, because that comes back to political opportunism. But here's the question, through you to Honourable Dirks. If you've got issues with the Premier's department, have you written to the Office of the Premier? Have you put written questions to the Office of the Premier? Did you write to the MEC of Health with the accusations? Have you in fact gone to lay charges if in fact you have evidence of misappropriation in the Department of Health? Because indeed, if you haven't, you're part of the problem, Honourable Dirks. Through you, Madam Chair, you're not part of the solution. And that's where I want to end it. As a government, as a collective,
Honourable MEC. Honourable members.
Yeah, now you're switching it off on there.
Honourable member, you rose on a point of order not to speak. Honourable member, you can rise on your point of order, but please address me. You don't have to add addendums. Thank you.
No, apologies, Deputy Speaker, but it was switched off on that side. That is why it was not coming on here. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm rising on point 57(1)D.
Honourable MEC, the Honourable member would like to know if you want to take a question.
Yeah, they will. I understand. You know, Madam Speaker, when the contribution in the debate has been as pathetic as it is from the House on the left, then really, don't ask me questions now. But here's the reality, and I hope the people of KwaZulu-Natal watch this debate to see who and what is the effective government in the province.
I do apologize for the interruption. Please be seated. Honourable Kika, what rule do you rise on?
I rise on Rule 74(1)A.
Yes, Honourable Member.
In
You may
sitting
continue.
down on that point of order, the Honourable Magubane called the MEC a coward. A cow. Okay? Coward. A coward. As he sat down. May I ask you to refer to Hansard? And there's an Honourable Member in Nkosi now also calling him, confirming that he did indeed call him a coward. May you look at Hansard and come back
Honourable
to the
Dirks.
ruling, because that is
Sorry, Honourable
unparliamentary.
Kika. Honourable Dirks, I am struggling to hear because of so much noise from the MK. Honourable Dirks. Honourable Dirks, I am speaking to you. I am struggling to hear. Your members are speaking too loud. Thank you. Honourable Kika, please may you continue.
So that is offensive, and he, in your ruling, will wait for it. Hopefully he will be instructed to withdraw.
Thank you. Honourable Dirks, Honourable Kika, I did not hear the cow. but I do ask that is unparliamentary. Honorable Dirks, would you withdraw? Makubane. Honorable Makubane, please may withdraw.
Deputy Madam Speaker, I never called the Honorable MEC a cow.
More.
A coward. Honorable Makubane, a coward, sorry.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I withdraw.
Honorable Dirks, please, your members are being unruly. Honorable Makubane, did you call Honorable MEC a coward? Pardon? Did you withdraw? Can you please stand and put it forward that you do withdraw?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I withdraw.
Thank you. Honorable MEC, please can you continue?
The reality is, Madam Speaker, that the House on the left is an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment to the people of this province and an embarrassment to a budget, which is an important process. But I think the people out there will see it. What I want to end off by saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that this government of provincial unity has a task. We take our task very seriously, and we will continue to implement our budget to the effect and the improvement of the lives of everybody in KZN. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. We have come to the end of the general budget debate. The House needs to vote on the finance and the stock of reports. We will deal with both in turn, starting with the Finance Committee report. As for the request of the Finance Portfolio Committee, I now put the question to the House in which as follows. The KwaZulu-Natal Legislature agrees to adopt the report of the Finance Committee. As I indicated, the Speaker indicated prior to the start of the debate, I will now go party by party to obtain the votes and therefore check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. I will now go party by party. MKP. Please, may we assist table staff?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies. I'm coming from a deep rural area of Emadungen. As Umkhonto wesizwe, we reject this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. EFF.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to yourself. The Economic Freedom Fighters reject. Thanks.
Thank you. NFP.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the NFP supports the report.
DA.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Democratic Alliance supports.
ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The African National Congress supports.
IFP.
Thank you, Speaker. Deputy Speaker. IFP supports.
Members, we have the votes for all the parties. Is there any member who wishes to express? Honorable members, is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? If there is none, I will ask the Secretary for a tally of the votes. Madam Secretary, you have 5 minutes to tally the votes. The doors will remain locked. Table staff, start the time for 5 minutes. Please. Honourable members, Honourable Dirks, we are still in voting. Honourable Dirks, Honourable Makubane, please can you allow the table staff to do their jobs? Please allow the table staff to do their jobs. Madam Secretary, please can you provide the House with the results as you have concluded?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The total number of members present for the record is 79, with 76 attending physically and 3 attending on the virtual platform. Just for the record, the 3 on the virtual platform is Honourable Ban Prakash from the IFP, Honourable Sitoli Malloy from the ANC, and Honourable Twala from the EFF. There is 1 vacant position in the House, thus giving us that 79. The voting results are therefore as follows. Votes in favour, 40. Votes against, 38. Abstentions, nil. Total excluding the presiding officer is 78. In terms of section 1122 of the Constitution, the presiding officer does not have a...
Honourable members, please can we allow the Secretary to continue? Sorry, Honourable Secretary. Dirks, please do not speak out of turn. If you have something to say, you press the mic and you rise.
In terms of section 1122 of the Constitution, the presiding officer does not have a deliberative vote.
Thank you.
Circumstances and only has a casting vote if there is an equality of votes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We have the votes as tallied. Votes in favour 40, votes against 38, abstentions nil. We will now move to the stack of reports. As Honourable Dirks, we are still voting. Please may you sit. It was recorded that she was on the platform. We checked she was on the platform. No. Honourable Dirks, please don't point to the table staff. We will continue as per the request of Stakov. I now put the question to the House as follows. The KwaZulu-Natal Legislature agrees to adopt the reports of Stakov. As I indicated prior to the start of the debate, I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and therefore check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. We will start with the MKP for the Stakov report.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We reject.
Thank you, EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Economic Freedom Fighters is voting against the Stakov report. Thanks.
Thank you, NFP.
Somlomo, the NFP votes in favour of the Stakov report.
Thank you, DA.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Democratic Alliance supports the report.
ANC.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The African National Congress vote in support of the Stakov report.
Thank you, IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The IFP votes in support.
Thank you. Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? Madam Secretary, you then have again 5 minutes or less. The doors will remain closed. Table staff, please may you calculate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The results are still the same. The total number of members present is 79, with 76 attending physically and 3 members attending on the virtual platform. They are Honourable Baun Prakash from the IFP, Honourable Sitoli Malloy from the ANC, and Honourable Twala from the EFF. The total number of, there is 1 vacant position. The voting results are therefore as follows. Votes in favour 40, votes against 38, abstentions nil. Total excluding the presiding officer is 78. In terms of section 1122 of the Constitution, the presiding officer does not have a deliberative vote under the circumstances and only has a casting vote if there is an equality of votes. Those are the results. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, I therefore formally declare the results as follows. Votes in favour 40, votes against 38, abstentions nil. The ayes have had it. Honourable members, therefore that comes to the end of the order paper and the general budget debate has concluded. Thank you. Honourable members, we have come to the end of the budget debate. Honourable members, as per the budget sitting programme, we will now proceed to the Committee of the Whole House, wherein we will deal with the budget votes of Vote 1, which will be the budget vote of the Office of the Premier, Community Safety and Liaison, which will take us through. After lunch, we will resume with double streams, dealing with 2 votes at any given stage for the upcoming 3 days of the budget plenaries, Friday the 25th of April, Tuesday the 29th of April, except for the last day, which is Friday, the 2nd of May 2025, where we will reconvene at the chamber again for Vote 2, which is the Legislature 1, and then resume with voting on the KZN Appropriation Bill 2025. The streams will be as follows for today. Vote 9, which is a vote on Community Safety and Liaison, which will take place at committee room, and Vote 4, which is the vote on Economic Development, Tourism and Economic Affairs, taking place here at the chamber, which will take us to the end of the day. As you're aware, today from lunch, 24 April 2025, until the 2nd of May 2025, budget votes will be processed through extended committees of the House in 2 separate debates, which will be taking place at the same time. The venues are the committee room and the chamber. However, I reiterate that on Friday, the 2nd of May, the budget vote would be the last one and would be processed here at the chamber and will be followed by voting by the House on the KwaZulu-Natal Appropriation Bill 2025. The chairing of debates will be undertaken by various chairpersons as per roster, as assigned by the chairperson of committees, Honourable Dr. NNG Mahlaba, and those will be Honourable Kunene, Honourable Fraser, Honourable Biela, Honourable Sitole Malloy, Honourable Dlamini, Honourable Kika, and then it repeats. Honourable members, therefore, until the 2nd of May at 11:30 a.m., the House therefore adjourns until then. Thank you so much, honourable members. We are done with this session.
No.
umafika nama-blazer custard.
Order.
Back to Nkandla. Kahle mafika ne-custard.
Veteran Director, you may be seated. Who defended here is Mar.
Ngamalala, 1970 was a veteran.
Thanks, enough of veterans, Honorable Moyo. Thank you very much. Let's settle down. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Premier, Leader of Government Business, Honorable MECs and Honorable Members, we are going to now start with our second session, which is the budget vote on Premier. We are going to, honorable members, must note that this is a hybrid session, and standing rules, normal standing rules would apply to this debate. I must reiterate that the ruling of the Speaker, which relates to the connectivity problems, the Speaker has ruled that the following measures will be adopted to try and assist members who may not be able to participate in a debate due to connectivity challenges. If a member has problems with connectivity and is unable to deliver his or her speech, the presiding officer will call the next speaker on the speaker's list so as not to delay the proceedings. If a member regains connectivity before a response to the debate has commenced, the presiding officer will be flexible to allow that member to contribute. Secondly, request that a member who is scheduled to participate in a debate should arrange for a fellow party member to be on standby to read the member's speech in the record should the need arise. The presiding officer will allow a fellow party member to read out the speech on behalf of the member. If all interventions fail, a member is still unable to deliver his or her speech and has not managed to arrange for a fellow party member or whip to deliver the speech on his or her behalf, that speech will unfortunately not form part of the official record of proceedings. In short, if members have connectivity problems, the presiding officers will follow the above guidance to try and assist them. Lastly, members who are not actively part of the debate are reminded to mute their microphones and switch off their cameras at all times. Also, members are requested to take all reasonable measures to reduce any background noises that may interfere with the broadcasting of proceedings. Honorable members, I wish to confirm that the budget report for 2025-26 of the Office of the Premier has been tabled in terms of rules. We'll now proceed with the matters on the agenda, which is a debate on vote 1. But there was a request, honorable members, that we, in terms of the speakers list here, we allow the Premier to present the report
And then we also have a report by the chairperson of the committee. After that, we adjourn for 45 minutes, not an hour, for lunch. And then after lunch, we come back here to resume with the proceedings and then finish the other members on the speakers list. Is that okay, honorable members? Thank you. We'll now call upon the Honorable Premier Umpemba, Mr. 18 Tuli, to come and deliver the report. Over to you, Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Leader of Government Business, Honorable Duma, honorable members of the Executive, the Bezeta Inkosi, Sizwe, honorable members of the Legislature, members of the public in the gallery. A few days from today, our country will, on the 27th of April, celebrate 31 years of freedom from apartheid rule. This is the day on which, on the ashes of apartheid, we witness the birth of a new nation with its values anchored firmly on the Constitution and the supremacy of the rule of law. On this day, it is worth recalling that in its preamble, our Constitution aims to heal the division of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights, improve the quality of life of all citizens, and free the potential of each person, lay the foundations for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people, and in which every citizen is equal, protected by law, and build a united and democratic South Africa that can take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. In this regard, we are guided by the founding provisions, among which are human dignity, the achievement of equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedom, non-racialism and non-sexism, and the supremacy of the Constitution. As we enter the 25-26 financial year, the Office of the Premier has a duty through the budget to demonstrate our full commitment to our key mandate of central coordination, and as the apex department, our capacity to lead the government of KwaZulu-Natal on this journey towards a truly free South Africa based on our Constitution. As I rise, Chair, to present Budget Vote 1, Office of the Premier, it is thus with a renewed sense of hope, achievement, and optimism as we allocate funding to the commitments we made during our State of the Province address on the 28th of February. We announced the adoption of the medium-term development plan and outlined the key priorities of our 7th administration, which are aligned to those of the national government led by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa. These are to drive inclusive economic growth and job creation, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living, and to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Our resolve as the Office of the Premier is to lead a government defined by accelerated service delivery while addressing poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We also want to see KwaZulu-Natal take its place as a leading province, with its people exhibiting unmatched excellence and exemplary leadership wherever they are. The budget we announced today is one step on the path of renewed hope and is detailed below. The program structure of the Office of the Premier is as follows: administration, institutional development, policy, and governance. The total budget for the Office of the Premier for the 2025-2026 financial year is 817,875. I will now give an overview of the program structure and thereafter discuss each program. The purpose of Program 1 is administration. The purpose of this program is to provide administrative support to the Office of the Premier, Executive Council, and the Director General in fulfilling their legislative and oversight functions and promoting cooperative governance and ensuring sound financial management, support, and advisory services within the Office of the Premier. There are 5 sub-programs, namely Premier Support, Executive Council Support, Director General Support, Financial Management, and Intergovernmental Relations. The sub-program Premier Support has been allocated a budget of 30,477 million to provide technical, administrative, and advisory support to the Premier in the executing his constitutional mandate. The sub-program Executive Council Support has been allocated a budget of 12,465 million to provide secretariat support services to the Executive Council, Cabinet, Zindaba, clusters, and key provincial committees. The sub-program Director General Support has been allocated a budget of 30,570 million to provide administrative support to the Director General in strategically managing the province. The sub-program Financial Management has been allocated a budget of 118,755 million to provide sound financial management support and advisory services to the Premier and Director General fulfilling their legislative and oversight functions and in promoting good corporate governance. The sub-program Intergovernmental Relations has been allocated a budget of 45,459 million. Intergovernmental Relations aims to improve inter- and intra-governmental relations and promote effective cooperative governance through the implementation of the IGR Act. In line with the priorities of the 7th administration, over 2025 to 2026, we will focus on the review of the provincial IGR strategy, which will be presented by wide consultations amongst the relevant partners in all 3 spheres of government. There will be a focus on strengthening the Premier's coordinating forum as the uppermost IGR structure of coordination of all spheres by the Premier. This will be done through a program of action which will be developed for the PCF to facilitate effective local government and governance. Partnering with local government beyond mayors, including Izinduna and municipal managers, and the participation in the PCF. The strengthening of the technical PCF, including attendance by municipal managers. The OTP will conduct war room audits and ensure the development of SMS members by the sector departments and municipalities, along with the implementation of the Operation Sungmasake revitalization strategy, which will focus on profiling as well as the coordination of field workers in districts that were not prioritized in 2024-2025. In 2025-2026, Office of the Premier will focus on the implementation of resolutions from a district development model in Daba 2024-2025 for improved service delivery coordination. International relations play a strategic role in positioning the province as the tourism and investment destination of choice and economic development of our province. This is key to enhancement of skills transfer, training and educational opportunities, exchanges, sharing of best practices, expanding our global climate action network to reflect a shared commitment to address the climate crisis, as well as promoting people-to-people relations. Among the international engagements will be the following: G20 site events planned for KwaZulu-Natal, 26th International Acquired Immunodeficiency Syndrome Conference from 13 to 17 July 2025 in Rwanda, Under 2 Coalition at New York, a Climate Week in September 2025 in the USA. On Program 2, Institutional Development, the purpose of this program is to coordinate the transformation of the public service and provide institutional development and support to the KZN provincial government. This program comprises of the following sub-program: strategic human resources, legal services, information communications technology, communication services, special programs and forensic investigations, and integrity management. The sub-program, strategic human resources, is allocated 132,013 million. The strategic human resource sub-program is responsible for coordinating strategic human resources management in provincial government and coordinate the development and implementation of transversal human resource management strategies, systems, policies, coordinates implementation of employee health and wellness in the provincial administration. The Office of the Premier, in conjunction with all 12 provincial departments, will be implementing the reviewed provincial human resource strategy with effect from April 2025, which will focus on implementing 5 pillars, which are interventions for the professionalization of the public service to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We will intensify employee health and wellness interventions across all 4 pillars, namely health and productivity management, human immunodeficiency virus, which is HIV, tuberculosis, which is TB, and sexual transmitted infection, STIs management, safety, health, environment, risk and quality management, and wellness management. A comprehensive set of programs has been developed to enhance and foster healthy lifestyle, promote a culture of well-being across the department. This includes educational workshops, wellness screenings, psychosocial support services, recreational activities, and health awareness campaigns. As part of repositioning the Provincial Public Service Training Academy, an e-learning platform has been launched. The implementation of e-learning ensures a cost-effective, efficient, and flexible approach to learning. The Operation More projects will continue to be the priority area to ensure the speedy finalization of disciplinary cases. These include a continuous development of a multidisciplinary crack team, training interventions, and constant monitoring and monthly reporting. In this financial year, we will intensify the implementation of the results of skills audit, focusing on catalytic training programs, such as the digital skilling of public servants, as well Sorry, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, Honorable Chair, for the gadgets. Well, thank you, Chair. I will not listen to a comment which is unfortunate. I will ignore the oral member. The sub-program Strategic Human Resource is allocated 133.013 million. The Strategic Human Resource sub-program is responsible for coordinating strategic human resource management in provincial government and coordinate the development and implementation of transversal human resource management strategies, system policies, coordinates implementation of employee health and wellness in the provincial administration. The Office of the Premier, in conjunction with all 12 provincial departments, will be implementing the reviewed provincial human resource strategy with effect from April 2025, as I have outlined before. As part of repositioning the Provincial Public Service Training Academy, an e-learning platform has been launched. The implementation of e-learning ensures a cost-effective, efficient, and flexible approach to learning. The Operation Bow, as I've mentioned already, project will continue, and in this financial year will intensify the implementation of the result of the skills audits. Through these interventions, KwaZulu-Natal is now leading in the country in terms of the number of government officials being trained through the National School of Governance. Some of the training interventions have been implemented through the model of partnership with tertiary institutions. The sub-program Information Communication Technology, ICT, is hereby allocated 79.428 million. The purpose of this sub-program is to coordinate the government information and communication technology in the province and to render internal ICT support to the Office of the Premier. The strategic objective and functions of the sub-program are to achieve and improve ICT governance in the province and at the department. To bolster our efforts to position our province to be a smart province, enormous strides have been made in implementing key components of the provincial digital transformation strategy. A major milestone in this journey has been the automation of essential tools such as Operation Sukuma Saka's case management system, household profiling, and war room functionality audit, which has improved service delivery by streamlining case handling and response time. Furthermore, with cybercrime posing an increasing threat to digital transformation, the province has launched proactive measures to enhance cybersecurity resilience. The establishment of the provincial cybersecurity framework serves as a critical defense mechanism against cyber threats, focusing on strengthening security protocols, raising awareness, and fostering a cybersecurity conscious culture across all departments. The key intervention earmarked for 2025-2026 will include a piloting of cybersecurity education initiatives and the development of digital ambassadors to educate communities and scholars on best practices for cybersecurity. The unit will continue to roll out various IT systems in 2025-2026, including the provincial broadband connectivity project for all the departments in the province, as well as the implementation of the digital transformation strategy, a data management tool, as well as the automation of the annual performance plan, operational plans, and employee performance management development system. The sub-program legal services is allocated 19.546 million. The Office of the Premier will continue to provide comprehensive and professional internal legal support services to OTP, as well as interdepartmental transversal state law advisory services to departments. Additional functions include the certification of all internal and provincially applicable policies drafted by the various line functions unit in the Office of the Premier, compliance by all departments with constitutional imperatives and requirements of all applicable transversal legislation. The sub-program Communication Services is allocated 71,166 million. The provincial government communication services provide integrated and a coordinated provincial government communication across all provincial departments, local government and public entities to ensure coherence governance messaging through one government, one message, and a multiplicity of voices. Using a variety of platforms, including radio, television, print, and digital media, our communication unit will connect with diverse audiences as an instrument to foster trust and encourage active participation from the broadest section of members of our community. The sub-program special programs receives 15,803 million. This sub-program provides and coordinates security services for the Office of the Premier and the provincial government. A vetting fieldwork unit will be established to coordinate the screening of provincial employees, which will allow for better resource allocation, improve collaboration, and greater synergy. In ensuring and promoting a safe and secured working environment, security upgrades and maintenance of equipment and personnel will be prioritized. The sub-program, Forensic Investigations and Integrate Management, will receive 44,950 million. This sub-program is responsible for undertaking forensic investigation services as well as integrity management services for all departments. The sub-program is committed to the fight against fraud and corruption and will embark on numerous initiatives to curb this plague. This will be done through an approved forensic investigations framework and will act with no fear of losing any form of blue lights. There are plans to intensify collaboration with law enforcement agencies on matters under criminal investigations. Consistent liaising will be conducted to assess the progress of the top priority cases and criminal investigations within the province which emanate from provincial forensic investigations. Again, there will be stronger collaboration with the KZN Department of Cooperative Governance and Regional Affairs to address fraud, corruption, irregularities, and maladministration occurring in municipalities and municipal entities. There will be a rollout of the forensic case management system that will be used to record, consolidate, and track all forensic investigations conducted in all spheres of provincial government in KwaZulu-Natal. A panel of service providers will be sought and discussions held to encourage client departments, municipalities, and public entities to pay for outsourced investigations emanating from their departments. The panel will expedite the outsourcing of forensic investigations and minimize the turnaround time in the supply chain management processes. The Office of the Premier has also embarked on developing a centralized forensic framework that will ensure that all forensic investigation units in the province are centralized under the KZN Office of the Premier. Currently, some departments have their own forensic units, and this duplicates the resources spent in the province while leading to a lack of objectivity in reporting. Integrity management promotes ethical culture in the province through various programs, which are ethics awareness campaigns for councillors, management, service providers, and ward committees. These campaigns are conducted together with law enforcement agencies in the province and will be intensified as they aim to solicit support and cooperation for whistleblowing and active campaigning against corruption. Provincial government also promoted ethics and integrity through coordination of financial disclosures and conducting of lifestyle audits. Government engages regularly with citizens on service delivery challenges and leads necessary interventions. Several complaints have been received through the presidential hotline, a premier hotline, and walk-ins which are resolved and feedback provided to citizens. These platforms are key to strengthening communication with stakeholders and as a link between government and citizens of KwaZulu-Natal. Program 3, Policy and Governance. With a budget of 217.243 million, the purpose of this program is to initiate province-wide development and implementation of policies and strategies, short and long-term plans and programs, as well as the reporting and monitoring of these for provincial government and the support to His Majesty the King. The sub-program, Provincial Policy Management, is allocated 42.826 million. The sub-program focuses on evidence-based decision-making, research and evaluations, and will update the inventory of provincial policies and research projects and coordinate policy through forums and intergovernmental structures. The Provincial Planning Commission will drive provincial planning in alignment with the National Development Plan and the priorities of the national and provincial government. The unit will provide technical planning support services to provincial departments and public entities on the medium-term development plan, support to the finalization of priorities, as well as the drafting of the 2026-2027 annual performance plans and updating of the strategic plan as may be necessary. The provincial monitoring and evaluation framework is being reviewed to promote integrated planning, monitoring, reporting, and evaluation in KwaZulu-Natal. This will improve the credibility of data and provide a solid base for evidence-based decision-making. In 2025-2026, the province will implement a digital monitoring and evaluation system and integrated system, enabling accountability across various levels of planning and reporting. The sub-program, Premier's Priority Programs, will receive 88.276 million. Chair, the KZN framework on social compacting will be implemented to ensure collaboration between government, communities, business, and civil society, inclusive governance, and effective service delivery. Despite significant progress that we have made, our province remains the epicenter of HIV and AIDS, TB, and STIs. The Office of the Premier will continue to coordinate the multi-sectoral intervention coordination on HIV and AIDS, STIs, and TB. Furthermore, there will be interventions and programs such as the coordination of programs for adolescent and young people. This will include capping child and teenage pregnancies, capacity building workshop for established structures and interventions to end AIDS in children by 2030. This is in line with the South Africa's commitments to the Global Alliance on Ending AIDS in Children. We will continue to ensure that various communities outreach programs such as senior citizens activities, such human rights support initiatives are functional. The Office of the Premier is mandated to coordinate and channel government programs as well as the private sector interventions to the most vulnerable people, with special attention to the most deprived wards of the province, with an intention of reducing the level of poverty in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. As 31 of Freedom Day, 31st of 31 of freedom, after 31 years of freedom, it is key that the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government takes a stock of road traverse in the implementation of both a 2020-2023 National Youth Policy as well as 2021-2026 KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Integrated Youth Development Policy. The provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal is launching a strategy for 365 days of activism against gender-based violence. Over and above the youth, women, and people with disabilities, the farming communities, older persons, lesbian, gays, bisexuals, transgender, Q and intersex, plus, and military veterans are also part of the vulnerable groups in our province. The Office of the Premier will ensure that interventions for vulnerable groups are implemented through fostering fruitful partnership with different institutions and intergeneration dialogues, girl, child, and elderly women, boys to men, and others. The sub-program Royal Households received 86,141 million. The Office of the Premier provides active support to the Royal Household Trust. The Zulu Royal House Trust will continue to explore medium to long-term revenue-generating projects, prioritizing property development to ensure the long-term financial sustainability of the Zulu royal family. The Zulu Royal Household Trust will consider public-private partnership, but private sector participation will be prioritized in raising funds for medium to long term. The Zulu Royal House Trust will continue to explore opportunities in commercial farming and create partnerships with provincial entities specializing in agriculture. The planning and coordination of a fundraising event to celebrate Zulu cultural heritage is underway, and the event is expected to take place in 2025-2026. Honorable Chair, we report that revenue received is 281,000. Revenue mainly comprises revenue from a commission on personal deduction, such as insurance premiums and Kanishi orders and tender fees. May I take this opportunity to thank the Director General, Dr. Nonhlanhla Mkhize, and the staff of the Office of the Premier for their commitment and dedication. I also wish to thank my wife, my family, for supporting me all the time as I go about my duties. I now formally wish to table vote 1 with a budget of 875 million. And I wish to thank you, Honorable Speaker, for affording me an opportunity to table this vote to this august House, and further thank the spirit in which the GPU is conducting its duties to ensure that we address all the challenges that the people of KwaZulu-Natal are faced with. I must exceptionally thank the work of the MEC for Health to ensure that the health system in KwaZulu-Natal is addressing all the challenges that are facing our people in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Programs such as one hospital or one clinic, one garden, they are in fact clear, they are seen, they are live, ensuring that even the issue of food security is being addressed and is being attended to. I know that tomorrow we'll be launching the patching of the potholes in this province because of the leadership provided by the MEC for transport in our province. And I must congratulate the MEC for transport, the MEC for transport for the minimized number of the accidents, fatalities during these festive seasons. And also commend the work that is being done by the MEC for agriculture in ensuring that more than 10,000 farmers are receiving support from the Department of Agriculture. I cannot forget to mention the work done by the MEC for Public Works and Infrastructure in our province, ensuring that those buildings that were not used, that were occupied by illegal, in fact, occupants, are in fact reallocated for the purpose of growing the economy and providing accommodation to the needy people in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I cannot sit down having not thanked the MEC for social development for the wonderful work he is doing to take care of the victims of gender-based violence, sending the social workers to work with the communities that are affected after the perpetrators. As we know that the scourge of gender-based violence is known. that is well known that we have victims who are the victims of the scourge of gender-based violence. I will not mention the likes of Kwezi and other women who have suffered the scourge of gender-based violence. And the work that is done by the MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture in our province, and we are confident that this province will host the final of Kaizer Chiefs and Orlando Pirates successfully because of the leadership of the MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture. And I must congratulate the MEC for ATIA for the wonderful work that is doing in ensuring that investment is coming into our province. In one conference, more than 82 billion was realized, and it's evident that the people of KwaZulu-Natal are benefiting because of this GPU. GPU is working. GPU listens to the people. GPU listens to the needs of the people, and GPU is responding to the needs of the people. While the rest are howlers, noise makers, the GPU is forging ahead to ensure that we provide services, quality services, to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. I cannot listen to any noise of the people that may be changed from any time from now, as people are waiting outside to come into this house to occupy certain benches. And I cannot ignore the work that is being done, the MEC for COGTA, to ensure that we enhance the functioning of the municipalities in this province, even where there are allegations of corruption. With this GPU, we are ensuring that COGTA is taking charge of all affairs of municipalities, including the traditional leaders. For the first time, we have the executive that is full-time, fully remunerated in this government of provincial unity. I see future, better future to the people of KwaZulu-Natal because of this GPU, and even the evidence of the results of matric because of the Department of Education led by MEC Hlomoga is evident, is testament that there is evident that the government of provincial unity is working better, is working good for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. While the rest are howlers, while the rest are noisemakers, we will soldier on to ensure that we provide services to the people of this KwaZulu-Natal, and we will ensure that there is no nepotism in hiring of the officials in our offices. We will hire people who qualifies. People with MBA will be hired when they qualify. People with degrees will be employed when they qualify. Irrespective of where they come from, they will be hired when they deserve, and processes will be followed accordingly. We continue as this government of provincial unity to ensure ukuthi abantu bakwaZulu-Natal bayathola idingo zabo, bayabona futhi abantu bakwaZulu-Natal. Even the investor confidence has increased because of this GPU. There is no other evidence you can put on the table that can suggest otherwise, except for those who sit and only wait for these small mistakes and then they exaggerate them. While the people of KwaZulu-Natal, they support the GPU. They know that this GPU is the government that is led by a majority, because the GPU is led by 50+1, and the GPU is soldiering on. We are ensuring that abantu bakwaZulu-Natal bayithola idingo zabo, futhi siqinisekiso sokuthi ngeke kuphinde kube ne-state capture la KwaZulu-Natal noma eSouth Africa. Uma ngabe iGPU ikhona, ihulumeni obhekelela idingo zabantu, ngiyazi ukuthi leli gama alizwakali ngoba abanye basithanda state capture, bayathanda ubaqhutsheke kwebiwe imali zabantu. Lo hulumeni lona uhulumeni owakhelwe ukuguqula impilo zabantu zibe ngcono. Ngiyathokoza kakhulu mhlonishwa Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier.
Premier
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier, for the report. We'll now allow the next speaker, Honorable Fraser, to give us a report.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The Honorable Chair of Chairs, the Honorable Premier, Leader of Government Business, Mtombeni, your Executive Council, Honorable Premier, esteemed members of the August House, I welcome the opportunity to table the 2025-26 budget report of the Portfolio Committee on Premier, Community Safety and Liaison, which focuses on Vote 1, Office of the Premier. This briefly outlines the deliberations on the 2025-26 APP and budget. The areas covered in the report by the Honorable Premier are the ones in which the committee has a keen interest. The Portfolio Committee met with the Office of the Premier and the Zulu Royal Household Trust on the 27th of March 2025 to discuss their respective final APPs and budget for 2025-2026 financial year. Unlike last year, Honorable Chairperson, we acknowledge that these documents were presented to the public on the 30th of January 2025 at Impendle local municipality during the stakeholders engagement session. The purpose was to get contributions from the various stakeholders as we are so mandated by the Section 118 of the Constitution of the Republic. The committee noted and observed that the Office of the Premier has recognized that if the state is not capable, ethical, and developmental in its approach, it will not be able to deliver all other priorities. The Portfolio Committee was informed that the Office of the Premier had focused on many critical areas, including but not limited to building improved governance and accountability, improved evidence-informed service delivery, professional and ethical provincial administration. As part of its oversight role, the committee will closely track the progress on the implementation of the finance and SCOPA resolutions during the 2025-26 financial year. This will be through the utilization of the resolution tracking mechanism on the monthly and quarterly basis as per the SOM. The tracking resolutions will be done to ensure that the Portfolio Committee performs vigorous oversight over the financial resources and service delivery performance of the department. The committee is cognizant that the Office of the Premier is responsible for ensuring stability within government departments through its provision of strategic leadership and coordinating function of the provincial administration. The committee understands that the Office of the Premier is mainly responsible for leading and coordinating all national and provincial priorities applicable to the province. The committee has noted that the Office of the Premier's 2025-26 provincial allocation has increased slightly from last financial year allocation of 784 million to 817 million. This budget increase, which comes to a mere 4.3%, represents an inflationary increase. The department has not received any extra allocation. The Portfolio Committee noted that due to the shrinking fiscus in the country, departments do not get any additional allocation and must use whatever they have. The Portfolio Committee has observed that the Office of the Premier within its budget has prioritized funds between programs to address the spending pressures. In this regard, funds were moved from Program 3 to Program 1 and 2 to cater for shortfalls in goods and services as well as compensation of employees. The committee will exercise vigorous oversight to ensure that no program will suffer due to reprioritization of funds. The committee noted that a transfer payment to the KZN Zulu Royal Household Trust amounted to 27 million for the 2025-2026 financial year. This is an important transfer aimed at ensuring provision of administration, maintenance, and management of the assets of the ZRHT. including the royal palaces and farms, amongst others. The committee will be playing financial and non-financial oversight roles over the final allocation of 817 million allocated to the Office of the Premier in 2025-26 financial year for carrying out its mandate of being a coordinating function and bridging the gap between the provincial departments, DPSA, DPME, and providing strategic leadership and direction to provincial departments. Members voting on 2025-2026 Vote 1 budget. Majority of the Portfolio Committee members at the meeting supported the 2025-26 Vote 1 budget of the Office of the Premier. Inkatha Freedom Party voted in support. African National Congress voted in support. Democratic Alliance voted in support. Umkhonto weSizwe Party exercised abstinence. Minorities were not represented as Honorable Twala of the EFF did not attend the meeting. Honorable Chairperson, in playing its oversight over the above allocated budget for the Office of the Premier and the Zulu Royal Household Trust for the 2025-2026 MTEF, the committee wishes to bring to the attention of the House that the committee desires to assist the Office of the Premier to continue being a leading example to other departments in achieving clean audit outcomes. The sector oversight model mechanism will be utilized extensively by the committee to ensure the portfolio committee effectively oversees the department and the ZRHT entity. The observations by the portfolio committee. During the engagement with the Office of the Premier, the committee could highlight the following areas of observations. The committee notes with grave concern the continuous failure by the Zulu Royal Household Trust to implement its Program 3, fundraising. The trust was established mainly for this purpose. All political parties in the portfolio committee speak in unison that vigorous oversight needs to be performed to ensure this happen. To this end, the portfolio committee resolved to request timelines for this and the appointment of new board of trustees after operating for almost a year without a board. The committee has also noted the recurring issue of delay in recovering funds of the Youth Empowerment Fund, which impacts on the overall financial performance. In this regard, the committee wishes to place it on record that the Premier and the MEC for Finance need to ensure early disbursement of these funds for young people. As we conclude, the Honorable Chairperson, we take this opportunity to thank the Premier, Honorable Ntuli, for this comprehensive budget policy statement. We also wish to thank all members of the Portfolio Committee for the due diligence exercised during the consideration of the Vote 1. We also extend our appreciation to the Director General, Dr. N.O. Mkhize, and her senior management of the Office of the Premier and the Zulu Royal Household Trust for their understanding during the robust deliberations. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fraser. Honorable members will adjourn now for 45 minutes. And then after that, we'll come back here and resume the program. Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable members will resume with our program. We'll call the next speaker, the Honorable Nkosi Sizwe Nkosi Chiliza, on behalf of MK Party.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, let me take this opportunity to greet His Majesty the King and Indlunkulu yakithi, honorable members of this august House, especially honorable members of the Progressive Forces, Umkhonto weSizwe. Honorable Chairperson, I will touch on on few things in my debate. Rural development, reduction of poverty, tackling of high cost living. The few things, first and foremost, Honorable Premier, Honorable Premier Mpemba, you are the descendant of the heroines and heroes of this province. We expect that in your presentation, uzothinta Mpemba into ebaluleke kakhulu yokubuyiselwa komnyango wesilo as umnyango ozimele, rather than ukuthi uncikiswe nje ingonyama ezweni layo, kufocuswe kwinto yama-trust ukuthi kuyolekelelwa. Yes, we do support that ukuthi kukhona leyo nto ye-trust, kodwa siyafisa ukuthi umnyango wengonyama ubuyiselwe i-ministry ye-royal household as kwakuwumnyango wesilo odila nezindaba zesilo nendlunkulu, kungabi nje ukuthi kuyancikiswa. The Office of the Premier has a responsibility, among others, of enhancing performance, management and accountability through monitoring and evaluation. Given that in KZN province is a rural province, one would expect the budget of the Office of the Premier to be reflective of such, at least in terms of planning, monitoring and evaluation. Rural development, planning, monitoring and evaluation is not an agricultural and land reform. If we're talking about ukuthuthukiswa kweindawo zasemakhaya, as often perceived by the most of the people as if uma kukhulunywa ngabantu basemakhaya nentuthuko yabantu basemakhaya ukuthi nje kukhulunywa ngokuthi hayi bayolima noma kuyokwenziwani kube iloko. But it is a government-wide priority in this province where silindele ukuthi into ye development yabantu basemakhaya ithathwe nje serious ngoba kuze kube ngathi bayafuduka bafudukela emadolobheni kungenxa yokuba izinsiza ezinjengemigwaqo, ama-clinic, ukusupplywa kwamanzi, ukufakelwa kukagesi nazo zonke izinto ezifana nalezo kubukeka njalo ifocus nebudget enkulu ifocusa kakhulu eindaweni ezingamadolobha. Sibuka ke ukuthi Honorable Premier uma kungaba ukuthi intuthuko ebhekene nabantu basemakhaya iba ingxenye yehhovisi likaNdunankulu ukubuka ukuthi yes ikhona iminyango kodwa ibe ingxenye yokuthi iba ngaphansi kwehhovisi likaNdunankulu eqinisekiseni ukuthi kuyamonithwa kuyabhekwa eduzane kunento eyenza kube seduze ukuthi kubhekwe ukuthi izidingo ezidingwa abantu lapha endaweni zamakhosi nasendaweni ezisemakhaya esendleleni. This was indeed the case, Honorable Premier, in 2011, 2012 and 2012-2013, even though the budget provision was not adequate. Kwakuyi akuyona into engabe kuyinto entsha yayikhona during the time of ukhabazela kwabiye kwanokumuva lapha. If ke sikhuluma nge-reduction of poverty, tackling of high cost of living, uqama ushaya izandla lapha, Honorable Speaker, uthalaziso. The reason for that ukuthi sikhulume ngokusekela kakhulu uhlelo lokunyuswa kwentela ezogqilaza kakhulu abantu bakithi abampofu lapha emakhaya noma ngabe inkantolo zithathe siphi isinqumo kodwa kufanele sicacise ukuthi especially when it comes to into yama social needs which we all know about. So we wonder if this budget uma kuqhubeka into yokusapthwa kubukwa ukuthi kuyothi abantu behlupheka ngalendlela abahlupheka ngayo njengamanje bese kubonakala kungaba indlela engcono ukuthi baphinde babe ingxenye yokucindezeleka ngokuba kuyo-edwa intela eyobamosha kakhulu kunaqala. Esikholwa ukuthi ke ukuhoxiswa kwaloko sikuzwile but siyazi ukuthi ziyahlupha lezi zinto ngoba amazi nabantu abathile abasuke beyifandile somewhere zigcina zihoxiswa nje kodwa zibe zibacindezela abantu bakithi abamnyama. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, so khuluma lapha the bloated public service and high salary bill. Uma sikhuluma la nge-public transformation and policy research coordination units have not done enough to minimize unintended consequences from policy initiatives, regulations and legislation. We all know about the negative impact eyenzeka kuminyango yonke yahulumeni idalwa ilento ebizwa nge-cadre deployment where uzothola ukuthi whether we know ukuthi i-affecta kakhulu iminyango yahulumeni Honorable Premier, Honorable Speaker, where uzothola ukuthi kufakwa abantu babe inqwaba eminyangweni ethile ngesikhathi esithile, if that particular MEC kufika isikhathi sokuthi uyaphuma, laba bantu basele bayingxenye ya that part yalowo mnyango, yet kunama qualifications athile abangena kususwa kulowo mnyango, end up ke sekulimaza indlela ebingenza ukuthi kube nenqubekela phambili. As long as kungekho into ecacile neclear ethi kuzodilwa kanjani nalezo zinto, ngale nje kokuthi kube izinto eziba ama talk show, but kube neinyathelo eyinqala ezithi udilwa kanjani naleso simo esenza ukuthi kubukeleke phansi umsebenzi ofanele ulekelele abantu bakithi, ikakhulu laba abantulayo lapha phandle, ngoba ikakhulu into ekufuneka ibonakale yenzeka ukulekelelwa kwabantu lapha phandle kunokuthi kugcine ukukhulunywa nje kungakwazi ukuthi kube nezinto ezibonakala zenzeka. Sikutholile izethulo ezicacisayo ukuthi yini edinga ukwenzeka, but iwari enkulu leyo ukuthi zikhulunywa zibe zinhle lezi zinto embhalweni, but lapha phansi uthola ukuthi akukho okwenzekayo okwenza ukuthi kubonakale inhlelo ezizolekelela abantu lapha phansi, ikakhulu zikwazi ukuya phambili. Yingakho ke njengomkhonto wesizwe sithi cha, asikwazi ukuvele sisupporte nje ibudget for the sake of supporting ibudget, kodwa ingekho into tangible ecacisa ukuthi kusho ukuthini, bavikeleka kanjani abantu la kufanele inkece iye kubo, iye kosebenza ukubalekelela lapha phansi ngendlela efanele. I-issue Honorable Premier i-Operation Sukuma Sakhe i-issue ebaluleke kakhulu, but indlela le program eranwa ngayo it's very expensive. La uthola ukuthi instead ukuthi yenze lokhu eyayihlose ukuthi kwenze ukuthi abantu laba balapha phansi abangatholi intweni okufanele bakwazi ukubamba iqhaza ekubekeni imfuno zabo, uthola ayikwenzi lokho. Instead igcina ibenefitisa nje senior officials agijima up and down, kodwa engayi ukuyofeza izinhloso lezi ezazenzelwe uSukuma Sakhe ukuze ukwazi ukuthi ama-government department ahlangane lapha akwazi ukuthi alekelele abantu ekunikezeleni usizo olufanele. Kuletha-ke ungabazane ukuthi noma ngabe yini leyo ekuthiwa kunama-budget azashiwo, kodwa uthola ukuthi awayi la kufanele ukuthi aye khona ukuyakolekelela umuntu lapha phansi odinga ukulekeleleka, ngoba iprogram yayiyinhle le by ikudesignwa kwayo. Uma beyenzeka ngendlela efanele ezoqinisekisa ukuthi inikezela abantu abafanele ithuba elifanele lokuthi bakwazi ukubamba iqhaza eqinisekiseni ukuthi izinto ziyakwazi ukwenzeka ngendlela efanele. Yileyo kakhulu into esikhathazayo Honorable Premier eyenza sibone ukuthi cha kuyo yonke leminyaka kuyakhulunywa bekwe ama-budget, kodwa instead kube ama-budget ukucebisa abantu abathile, certain individuals, instead ukuthi ulekelele abantu lapha phansi bakwazi ukusizakala. Let me make an example, Honorable Premier. Kwizinto zonke ezibekiwe lapha, uma uya lapha ngaphandle uthola ukuthi izimo zamaklinik nje bakhaya zise-worse ngendlela ethusayo ukuthi emva kwa-31 years of democracy usengathola kunesimo samaklinika kulesi simo akuso. 2, isimo izikole ezibhekene naso. I can make an example isikole esilapha eMzimkhulu la uthola ukuthi ihlazo uma uthi isikole esifundele izingane but isikhiqiza imiphumela efanele kukhomba ukuthi ayikho into le esishoyo ukuthi uma ngase kube ukuthi kuqinisekiswa ukuthi lento ye-monitoring and evaluation ayibi nje i-talk show kodwa iba practically ukuthi kwazi ukuthi kiwe lapha. Honorable Premier, kunodaba oluvela lukhomba ukuthi uno 900 million obuyiselwe emuva from komasipala kulokuhlupheka esikhuluma ngakho wabuyiselwe emuva. Siyafisa ke ukuthi kube nento ecacile ukuthi kusho ukuthini zithini inyathelo okufanele zithathelwe labo masipala abathintekayo mhlonishwa eshenge abathinteka kulezo zinto zokuthi kuze kubuyele imali emuva whereas abantu behlupheka kuqhubeke kube nezimo ezifana nalezo akuzona izinto ezinhle lezo. Siyakholelwa ke ukuthi uma lezi zinto kungaba ukuthi ibudget focusa direct ezintweni ezizolekelela abantu nasekuthuthukiseni inhlalonhle yabantu kube nendlela yokuqinisekisa kunalezi zinto Honorable Premier zama hotline abona sikhuluma from experience suke emakhaya zifike zimenyezelwe and mawuya lapha ayikho into ekuhlelo lokuqala ethi uqalwe kwenziwa ucwaningo oluqinile oluthi senza kanjani uqinisekisa ukuthi whatever esithi sifisa ukuyenza ingene esigabeni sobuchwepheshe balekeleleka kanjani laba bantu in-network othola ukuthi ayikwazi ukusebenza ikhona lonto uyafisa ukuthi abe ingxenye yokulekelela kodwa isimo se-network lapha emakhaya asivumelani naleso simo. Ayikho futhi into ekhomba ukuthi kukhona indlela yokwazi ukuzolekelela labo bantu. Yilezo zinto ezisikhathaza kakhulu Honorable Premier nesikholwa ukuthi uma sihlalo zingakwazi zibukelwe eduzane kulezi zinto ilapho singakwazi ukuthi sithi cha ibudget ekukhulunywa ngayo isikhulumisana nabantu base-Afrika abantu bakwaZulu-Natal abahluphekayo. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Inkosi engenama solutions.
Next is Honorable Kwala on behalf of the IFP.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the progressive forces of the GPU, all protocol observed. Before I proceed, I must first extend my profound gratitude to the Honorable Premier Tuli and his illustrious provincial cabinet. Their leadership transcends mere competence. It is a masterclass in statesmanship defined by unflinching devotion to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. These are not caretakers of power. They are architects of progress, tireless in their pursuit of prosperity and justice. Their indomitable can-do spirit blazes like a beacon, illuminating the path of principled governance. Let it be proclaimed without evocation. This administration is no transient experiment, nor the product of a political happenstance. It is a resolute and a rightful authority, battered by the unassailable will of the people and anchored in democratic legitimacy. To those clinging to ossified ideologies and threadbare critics, let this declaration resound. This government shall persist, undaunted, unyielding, and unswerving in its duty to KwaZulu-Natal. The Inkatha Freedom Party affirms, in the strongest possible term, Premier Tuli and his court has been vested with the sacred trust of the people to marshal the provincial coffers with integrity, to govern with relentless vigor, and to deliver essential services to every inch of our cherished province. We call upon the Honorable Premier to rise above the cacophony of ideological collegent, those political dilettantes and neophytes who traffic in deception, disruption, and decay. These perennial malcontents who have never governed and never shall, must not and will not be permitted to derail the momentum of the meaningful change that this administration has so meticulously engineered. Turning to vote 1, the budget allocated to the office of the Premier, I wish to engage on 2 fronts. First, the Premier's departmental budget, and second, the broader context of the provincial budget. The IFP believes the Premier holds ultimate political responsibility for both. I am pleased to affirm that the Premier has restored dignity to his office, which in the past was wrongly associated with corruption. His 2025 State of the Province address boldly affirmed in his commitment to an ethical state grounded in accountability and transparency. This commitment was further reinforced in the 2024 SOPA, where he outlined a zero-tolerance approach to non-compliance and introduced a stringent consequence management framework. These are not just words, they are the bedrock of a renewed government culture, and we in the IFP applaud this. Honorable Premier, we urge you to continue being resolute and unflinching in your commitment to eradicating corruption. Leadership often demands difficult decisions that are unpopular but necessary for effective governance. This must be no sacred cows in your administration, and when allegations of misconduct arise, accountability must prevail. However, we must express our concern regarding the 817 million rand budget allocated to the office of the Premier for this financial year, and a marginal increase from last year's 784.1 million rand. This mega increment is insufficient to empower the Premier's office to achieve its ambitious objectives. The IFP strongly advocates for a more substantial budget to ensure that all goals outlined in the annual performance plan are met. Furthermore, we recognize the government's continued support for the Zulu royal family and the preservation of our cultural heritage. The allocation of 27.5 million rand to the Zulu Royal Household Trust for 2025-26 underscores the importance of this institution to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. We are pleased to note that under Program 2, Institutional Development Program, Integrity Management, the Office of the Premier has significantly exceeded its target. Of the 5 forensic investigations set, 11 were completed, and the third quarter of the 2024-25 saw an outstanding 26 out of 27 targets achieved, reflecting a 96% success rate. This is a commendable achievement that deserves recognition. Nevertheless, the IFP insists that there must be no tolerance for corruption on the abuse of power, particularly in procurement processes. The IFP wholeheartedly support this budget and continued progress in our province. I thank you.
Thank you. Next, Honorable Dungwana, African National Congress.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, members of the committees, Chairperson of the committees, Kotite, Honorable Premier, honorable members, allow me to join the millions of our country and the entire liberation movement in celebrating the life and legacy of our struggle stalwart, Martin Temsile, also known affectionately by Chris Hani. He was a force to be reckoned with and a formidable threat to the collaborators of apartheid, and also the Commander-in-Chief of Umkhonto weSizwe, the Liberation Army of the African National Congress. The Liberation Army of the African National Congress. I am a social plastic, always eti lawa eti commanders morning engakazi aphathe ngisho ithoyisi nje. The month of April this year marks 32 years since the assassination of Commander Krisani. And he always believed in economic emancipation, as he always asserted that, and I quote, "We need to create the pathway to give hope to youth that they can make an opportunity through education and hard work to escape the trap of poverty." In whatever we do, Honorable Premier, honorable members, let's create the pathway for the people of KwaZulu-Natal, particularly young people, to grow the economy. Honorable Chair, we must commend the 6th administration for various poverty alleviation programs like Operation Sukuma Sake that for the past years has proven to be effective, and we hope its functionality can be maintained and improved. Into esebenzayo ayishintshwa. We are therefore hopeful, Honorable Premier, that you will reconsider the provincial dashboard system that was used in the past but was changed a few years ago for an unknown reason. Honorable members, as you know, the ANC was formed by, among others, traditional leaders, and has always been on the side of the traditional leadership and respect traditional leadership institution since its formation. It was for this reason that the African National Congress worked with Contralesa to develop a clear program to fight head-on the minority apartheid government at the time. It is therefore obvious that the ANC will support the 25-26 Vote 1 Office of the Premier, which incorporates the Zulu Royal Household Trust, which caters for the royal household and has been allocated about 27.5 million for this financial year. It is also crucial, Honorable Premier, that the Zulu Royal Household Trust undertakes various strategic investment, as opposed to what others are saying, that there is no need for those investments that the trust must undertake so that it remains sustainable. We are, however, also happy that already work is being undertaken in this regard. We are also happy that the filling of vacancies on the board of directors is ongoing. We appreciate that and hope that that process will be finalized, Honorable Premier. Honorable Chair, let us work together and to ensure effectiveness of our oversight, to ensure service delivery to our people of KwaZulu-Natal, and ensure that the allocations are used properly in various stakeholders. And I thank you.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Protestant Democratic Alliance.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable Chair, thank you. Honourable Premier, Honourable MECs that are still present, Honourable members. The budget for the Office of the Premier remains largely unchanged from the previous financial year. The committee has noted that the Office of the Premier's 2025-2026 provincial allocation has increased slightly from the last financial year, allocation of 784,183 million to 817,875 million. This budget increase, which comes to a mere 4.3%, represents an inflationary increase. The department has not received any extra allocation. We are sorry, Premier. I think you understand the situation in the province. As a Finance Committee and indeed a SCOPA, we are pleased to reflect that the department is largely well run with clean audit outcomes. The committee noted that a transfer payment to KZN Zulu Royal Household Trust amounted to 27,517 million for the current year. This is an important transfer aimed at ensuring the provision of administration, maintenance, and the management of the assets of the royal household, including the royal palaces and farms, in terms of the KZN ZRHT Act of 2018. However, this royal household is an issue of great concern to the committee. And I quote the budget report as follows. The committee notes with grave concern the continuous failure by the royal household to implement its Programme 3, which is fundraising. The trust was established mainly for this purpose. All political parties in the portfolio committee speak in unison across this House that vigorous oversight needs to be formed to ensure that this happens. To this end, the portfolio committee resolved to request timelines for this and for the appointment of the new Board of Trustees after operating for almost a year without a board. The reality is, honourable members, is that 3.6 million rand was set aside for the trust in 2018 with the sole purpose of investigating ways to make the royal household self-sustaining and indeed a source of own revenue for the province. Sadly, to date, this investment has remained largely unrealised. Year after year, this issue is raised, and year after year, the same excuses are forthcoming. The fundamental challenge, to my mind at least, is that the right team has not been assembled for this task. We have a situation with no board and an embattled CFO who appears before us and tries to explain what's going on in the trust. This CFO is to manage the finances, he has to manage the competing demands of the household. There is so much one person can do. There is no board. That board needs to be put together. It needs to be a board with expertise, and if possible, it needs to be an independent board. And the reason for that will follow on to what I'm about to say in the debate. It's got to be an area of intense focus. And the reason I said that that board should possibly be looked at as being independent is the following. I've done research for this debate, and I found that there are numerous monarchies around the world and communities around the world, from Bhutan to Morocco to Thailand to even Alaska, that have utilized their own resources to make themselves self-sustainable and to cater for the future well-being of their communities. In actual fact, even though these countries are not South African, they are embracing the truest form of the Freedom Charter, which, as we all know, says that the wealth of the country belongs to the people of the country. And if we come closer to home, we'd look no further than Northwest, the Royal Bafokeng Nation, which is a success story of traditionally governed community that strategically leveraged its wealth from platinum mining to achieve sustainable social development and build a strong investment portfolio. Situated on one of the world's largest platinum reserves, the RBN transformed mining royalties into a diversified investment vehicle known as the Royal Bafokeng Holdings, RBH, which funds a myriad of things. It funds social programs and community projects. The community-based investment approach has enabled RBN to improve living conditions, support education and healthcare, and build a strong institutional framework. Key aspects of RBN's success story include strategic land acquisitions over time, including through missionary intermediaries, to secure their resource rights and to build a strong foundation for their future prosperity. In addition, the RBN has negotiated and received significant royalties from mining companies, which are then invested through RBH. RBH manages a diverse investment portfolio, including financial services, telecommunications, and manufacturing. RBN has challenged a significant portion of its wealth into social development initiatives, including infrastructure improvements, educational programs, and healthcare access. RBH has invested in community projects like the Royal Bafokeng Stadium, the Khohosi Leruho, I hope I said that right, High Performance Center, and the Royal Bafokeng Institute, demonstrating a commitment to the well-being of its people. Finally, on the field of institutional capacity, the RBN has built a strong administrative and corporate infrastructure to manage its wealth and implement its development programs, demonstrating a commitment to long-term sustainability. Now, RBN success story is often cited as an example of how a community can effectively manage its resource wealth and avoid the common pitfalls of the so-called resource curse. Now, in the time allocated to me today, I want to just present these figures because they present to me a slight glimpse of what can be achieved in KZN. We have an asset in Ngonyama Trust lands of 2.8 million hectares. That is largely an asset that is not sweated. They say you must sweat your assets. There are so many potential programs that we can follow in this province. They can generate great wealth, not only for the monarchy, not only for the communities surrounding the monarchy, but also own revenue for the province. The sky is literally the limit. Wind farms, solar panel arrays, eco-estates, ecotourism, agriculture. I believe that with foresight, vision, and bold initiative founded on the bedrock of the right expertise and good corporate governance, we can achieve this. That is our challenge. Let us meet it with the same courage and bravery that has defined our royal tradition for the last 200 years, and hopefully guide us into the future for the benefit not only of the monarchy, but for all the citizens of KZN. I thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker was supposed to be Honorable Twala, but he has submitted an apology. Then we'll have Honorable Shinga.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Sihlalo, Honorable Dokotela Umahlaba, the Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive, members of the House, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonani. I table this debate, egameni National Freedom Party, under vote 1, the Office of the Premier, i-office lika Ndunankulu, ngendlela ehloniphekile kodwa ebanzi njengoba lokhu kuyingxenye ebalekile ekusebenzeni kombuso wobumbano esifundazweni phecelezi Government of Provincial Unity. As the NFP, we acknowledge and support the critical coordination role played by the Office of the Premier. This office must remain the anchor of governance, setting the tone for professionalism, ethics, and service delivery excellence across all departments. We also recognize that the Premier is not just the symbolic head of the province, but the chief strategist and guardian of accountability. We take note of the 4.3% increase in the budget, now sitting at 17.875 million. Whilst this may appear stable, we are reminded that it's merely an inflationary adjustment. No real expansion in allocation has occurred. Departments are expected to do more with less in the shrinking fiscus. We commend the office for reprioritizing internal funds responsible. However, this must not result in program compromise. We call upon the office to present quarterly assessment to the House showing how reprioritization has affected implementation outcomes across programs 1, 2, and 3. Honorable Chairperson, the NFP expresses grave concern at the repeated delays in operationalizing Program 3 of the Zulu Royal Household Trust, which is fundraising. The trust was established for this very purpose, to develop self-sufficiency and reduce dependency. Yet, to date, it has failed to deliver. Furthermore, the trust has been functioning for nearly a year without a board. We take note, Honorable Chairperson, of the Premier's reaffirmation that the Office of the Premier remains the apex department entrusted with the central coordination of the provincial governance and service delivery. The NFP welcomes the Premier's reference to the adoption of the medium-term development plan and the alignment with the national priorities, such as building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, thus reducing poverty and enhancing job creation. We also acknowledge the efforts towards intergovernmental relations reform, the revival of the war room audits, the strengthening of the Premier's coordinating forum, and the deepening of partnership between the spheres of government. We are disappointed by the ongoing delay in disbursement of funds for the Youth Empowerment Fund. This delay undermines the confidence of young people in the government promises. Youth development must never be an afterthought. We implore the Premier and the MEC for Finance to ensure that future disbursement happen at the start of the financial year, not halfway through. The NFP supports the committee's emphasis on oversight using the sector oversight model. We also endorse the vision of the Premier's office in striving for a clean administration. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Ilane, National Congress.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, and all the honorable members. Good afternoon. Chair, as I rise to debate today on behalf of the African National Congress, I do so painfully aware that just a few kilometers away, an inquest has been reopened and is being heard. And this inquest is looking at the death of the then President General of the African National Congress, Chief Albert Luthuli, who was the first Nobel Prize winner, which was awarded in 1960. Awarded in recognition of his struggle against racial discrimination. Ngebhadi in 1967, he was killed by the apartheid government, and his death was deemed an accident, while all of us knew ukuthi kwakungelona iqiniso. And this was done without a proper investigation. What is happening today is victory for democracy, and all of us should appreciate. I debate today, Chairperson, in honor of this president. The Office of the Premier as a department is the engine room of service delivery, driving effective policy, accountability, and good governance. OTP as a coordinating department has a mandate to provide support to line function departments as it does, and it must continue to do so. It should lead with integrity, provide strategic direction, and ensure that our government remains people-centered as it has been under the numerous ANC premiers since 2004, Pepet. When the ANC took over the provincial government in 2004, it was able to position this department as the strategic center for development and leadership. And I can see that it is not going to go back, because Umpemba is committed in ensuring that this particular department actually does the work, as he has made that commitment, and we support that. Progressive programs started by the ANC government premiers should also proceed, like Operation Sugumasake Premier did indicate, and how he was going to implement, which was introduced by Premier Ndebele. Youth Ambassadors, a program introduced by Premier Zweli Mkhize. Operation Vula, championed by Premier Zigalala, to name but a few. All ANC premiers laid the basis for an ever-developing KwaZulu-Natal. Premier Umpemba, we are sure that we are going to follow in these footsteps. Under the ANC-led leadership from 2004, the province of KwaZulu-Natal took major strides in terms of improved service delivery, such as improved healthcare, better education outcomes, infrastructure, stronger digital future for our province, and improved economy. The list is endless.
So this current budget, Premier, carries forward that legacy of community involvement, and it aligns strategically with the ANC's 6 manifesto priorities, which were announced on January 8. That is, and it is not a coincidence that it is aligned. It is deliberate, it is planned, and it is people-centered. That is why we support the budget that you presented. Honorable Chair, the ANC supports this budget vote not as a blank check, but as a strategic instrument to advance our shared vision under the Medium-Term Development Plan 2024 to 2029, particularly in building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We therefore welcome the alignment of Programme 1, which has achieved its performance target with the MDTP's call for strengthened governance and accountability. Programme 2's 96% achievement rate is commendable and affirms the role of government, and it must proceed to do so. Programme 3 continues to be a critical enabler of policy coherence and intergovernmental coordination, which are essential for successful implementation of a long-term strategic priorities. This budget, therefore, affirms our commitment to development as the GPU to developmental governance, ethical leadership, and efficient service delivery, all of which are hallmarks of the ANC enduring vision. The stability that is brought by the GPU is appreciated by the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Mpemba, kubekela phambili support the budget.
Next is Honorable Mkhize, MK Party.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, Dr. Mahlaba, the Progressive Caucus of the MK Party, Inkosi yasemadungeni, Inkosi uChiliza, and ngithanda nokubingelela uPresident omkhonto wesizwe, uPresident Jacob Zuma, the President of the masses. The MK Party reviewed the 2023-2024. Oh yeah, sorry, man. Why?
Honorable members, let's not drown him.
The MK Party reviewed the 2023-2024 audit outcome, as it's evident that our department have experienced a regression in achieving unqualified audit with no findings, colloquially referred to as a clean audit. Specifically, the number of the departments attaining this esteemed standard has decreased for 11 in the 2022 and 2023 financial year to 10 in this current period. Conversely, we have observed an unpicked in departments regression to unqualified audit with findings increasing from the 8. Notably, the Department of Community Safety and Liaison, as well as the Agriculture and Rural Development, are amongst the 10 departments that have regressed to unqualified audit with finding. This unfortunate trend places them in the company of other departments such as Public Works, Social Development, Arts and Culture, Health, and Human Settlement, which have previously struggled with similar challenges. A closer examination of the audit outcome revealed merely 5 departments constituting 38%.
Let's hear what Honorable Ndebele.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Alaphat. Chair, I rise in terms of Rule 57 1T.
Honorable Mkize, will you take a question?
I know he's drunk. I'm not going to take it.
He's not taking a question.
We have managed to maintain the financial status, which is commendable. However, one department is representing 8%.
Honorable Mkize. No, honorable members. Gabazet, honorable Mkize. Honorable Madlopa. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I rise on Rule 74(1)(d).
Yes.
Against another member. I raised that he must withdraw that.
Yes. Honorable Mkize.
I withdraw, Chair of Chair, but he's tasty.
Thank you. No, Honorable Mkize, withdraw with no condition. That's just, yes.
I withdraw the Honorable Chair of Chair. However, one department representing 8% is a concerning state and necessitates urgent attention to rectify its financial predicament. Furthermore, a staging 62% of the department have reported an accrued adjusted deficit, wherein expenditure surpasses the revenue, culminating in a substantial deficit of the 6.9 billion. This is alarming. This is an alarming trend. Underscore the imperatives for the stringent financial management and oversight, as the operation costs have evidently exceeded the allocation fund for the financial year. In light of these findings, it is incumbent upon the executive authority to provide a robust oversight over a provincial government, ensuring that accounting officers and senior management are held accountable with a legislative requirement. I implore executive to take cognizance of this audit outcome and institute corrective measures to mitigate these challenges, thereby enhancing the financial stewardship of accountability within our departments. By doing so, we can collectively strive towards achieving improved audit outcomes and prudent financial management. Given these findings, can the executive provide insight into how intend to address these challenges and improve the financial management and accountability within the departments? I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mapisa.
Honorable Chair, the Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier, members of the House, in the uncertain times, it is
it is critical to acknowledge when leadership is grounded in purpose, strategy, and accountability. The challenges facing this province are immense, but the Honorable Premier has shown a rare quality in politics, that is steadiness under pressure. While Honorable Kwala has addressed the budget limited size and the royal household allocation, I wish to focus on the broader strategic role of the Office of the Premier. To those who are always against and never for anything, I believe that in all fairness, this office deserves more recognition than criticism. The Office of the Premier is the nerve center of the provincial government. It's here that coordination, oversight, and provincial policy direction are consolidated. Under the current administration, we are seeing steps taken to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Exactly what the IFP manifesto outlined in its entirety. This reflected on how this office is driving human resource reform, performance management, and governance improvement. The Honorable Premier has not folded his arms in the face of adversity. He has stepped into the vacuum of instability and decisively brought the Department of Community Safety and Liaison into the Office of the Premier. That is a firm response to the urgent need for coordinated crime prevention. While others speak vague of insecurity, the Honorable Premier has placed crime fighting where it belongs. The Honorable Premier's office continues to lead Operation Sukuma Sake, which remains one of the most practical expressions of people-focused governance in the country. It speaks directly to the IFP vision of building a government that is present in people's life, not one that hides behind bureaucracy. Through OSS, poor and vulnerable communities are being reached, profiled, and supported through integrated service delivery. Moreover, the district development model is no longer theoretical in KwaZulu-Natal. It's working because the Premier has ensured it is embedded within existing structures like OSS. We are not chasing new slogans, we are operationalizing old promises. Let it also be noted that this office has recommitted itself to the fight against poverty and underdevelopment. The provincial poverty eradication master plan targets the poorest 169 wards across the province, with coordinated interventions in social services, education, healthcare, and employment. This is the leadership that understands where the battle must be fought, on the ground in the forgotten corners of this province. Honorable Premier Mpemba has also prioritized the employment of young people. The Youth Chief Directorate within his office is driving a coordinated programs of skills development, economic inclusion, and youth leadership. This gives effect to the IFP commitment in job creation and real economic opportunities for the youth. Through strategic partnership programs like the Youth Empowerment Fund are being used to stimulate entrepreneurship, support SMMEs, and assist in building a self-reliant generation. This is indeed government at work. There is also a progress in digitization of governance, where investment in information and communication technology within the Office of the Premier are being scaled up. These efforts reflect a clear alignment to the IFP vision of a modern, responsive government that values transparency and efficiency. When we speak of a clean administration, we expect systems that reduce corruption and increase accountability. That work has already begun. Let us not forget the coordination of KwaZulu-Natal Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. It is under the Honorable Premier that the plan is being aligned with the spatial and economic strategies, placing infrastructure investment and inclusive growth at the center. The focus of revitalizing rural economies and ensuring equitable development across all districts shows vision and seriousness. In terms of political noise, it's easy to miss the quiet but steady work of governance. The Office of the Premier is not just fulfilling a constitutional mandate, it is leading, coordinating, and transforming. To those who remain cynical, I say this: no transformation happens overnight, no institution changes by itself. It takes direction, discipline, and leadership. Inkatha Freedom Party supports this budget because the direction is correct, the leadership is credible, and the foundations are being laid for long-term change. Let us acknowledge that, support it, and build on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will hand over back to the Premier for a response. Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable members of the Executive, Ndabezitha Inkosi Yasemadunga, and honorable members, technocrats present, the acting DG. I wish to start by responding unfortunately to a member who's not inside here now. On the allegations he made regarding the employment nepotism in the office of the Premier. It's unfortunate. Whoever gives you information about the office of the Premier employing people from King Khetshwa district is undermining your intelligence and integrity. In fact, your derogatory remarks that was made by the honorable member Dix undermine the professional, skilled, and young black professionals employed on merit at the office of the Premier. With due respect, it is far from the truth that due processes were not followed when employing people at the office of the Premier. This undermines the integrity of the senior management who presides and ensured that due processes were followed. The shortlisting and interviewing panels were composed of senior management like the Director General, Deputy Director General, and Chief Directors, to name just a few. If this is not undermining the integrity, intelligence, and professionalism of these people, then I don't know what to call it. The honorable member is trying in vain to score political points, but instead shoots himself in the foot. NgesiZulu sithi uyigwaza ngowakhe umkhonto. Honorable members, I just thought it was important to mention this in order to set the record straight so that people do not leave with the wrong picture painted by the honorable member. I think even Urasta, the artist, can paint a far better political picture than the misleading one painted by the honorable member. Ndabezitha Inkosi Yasemadungeni, the honorable member of the House. The Office of the Premier is singularly a responsible for coordinating role for government of the Provincial Unity Program, aligned to the medium-term development plan. Part of this role is to ensure monitoring and evaluation of the performance of government departments. This has been one of our focus areas since we took office not so long ago, with one-on-one meetings with all government departments, all the MECs. In fact, even the thought that there is a fear to act because of fearing to lose blue lights. Even the oral MECs, they know, irrespective of which political party they come from, they account to the office. I sit down with them on one-on-one so that they account on the work that they're doing in the office. I do not fear to play my role as the Premier and the leader of this government. I wanted to actually say, Ndabezitha Nkosi Yesizwe, it is, however, important to know that as we play our role, while limiting any duplication and elimination areas as soon as of such immediately, it is a government priority to address rural development and arrest migration to cities and towns. Oro MEC Uzondinje has started the program to, in fact, analyze the collapse of the industries in rural communities such as Mkanyabute, such as Emabodini. As a result, because of the 7th administration, Lapanje Mnambit, there is going to be a new special zones with the rural economy revitalization as the 7th administration. KwaZulu-Natal has several social assistance and poverty reduction programs driven by both provincial and national government departments, NGOs, and community-based organizations. These efforts aim to address systemic poverty, unemployment, food insecurity, and inequality in both rural and urban areas. Our government has made inclusive economic growth and job creation as a main priority in line with the 7th administration. On the more than 80 billion in investment, the job opportunities that are aimed to be created by that are more than 82,000. There are a number of other initiatives here in our province that seeks to ensure that we assist our communities to access new job opportunities. Through you, Chair of Chair, a point was raised on Operation Sumasake, and we're noting that the concern is that it should benefit everyone, and we're in a process of redesigning Operation Sumasake by integrating it with a DDM, the district development model, so that everyone will not feel left outside. We have noted all the contributions made by Inkosi Yesizo, which I think they are subject for engagement, for consideration, and I'm quite happy with the debate of Inkosi because it was more solution orientated in terms of suggesting views which we need to engage. Honorable Kwala, through you, Chair of Chairs, I wish to thank the words of wisdom in uploading our fight against corruption. We affirm our resolve to fight corruption wherever and whenever it shows its ugly face. Corruption is the cancer that destroys the fabric of our society. We'll never rest until corruption has been completely defeated. Honorable Chair of Chairs, to Honorable Dlungwane, we accept that we shall grow the economy and intensify the delivery on education. Poverty alleviation will be our central focus as it is aligned to the medium-term development plan. We agree that regional leadership is our partners in the delivering of services to our people. We are looking forward to join up with the regional leaders to make a difference in the lives of our people. The vacancies of the board directors is speeded up, and we welcome the support from the Honorable Chair of Chairs, in terms of even the understanding of what ought to be a focal point. Honorable Chair of Chairs, through you, in response to Honorable Brateseth, we are in the process of reviewing the Trust Act to address the capacity contracts within the trust. In relation to the KZN Zulu Royal Household Trust, we're in the process of appointing a new board. We have recently placed advertisement in this regard. We will be doing a benchmarking visit to a Royal Bafokeng once the board has been constituted. And in fact, that is our point of a premise of departure. We have used it as one that we need to mesh with what is being practiced here in our province. Ngonyama Trust land can be exploited to derive much wealth for our communities, and stakeholders can unearth much equity and development returns for the communities that reside in Ngonyama Trust land. I must also, through you, Honorable Chair of Chairs, commend the inputs made by Honorable Member Shinga in this House. We accept the responsibility of coordination and to be the center of excellence in governance as the apex office in the government of provincial unity and the 7th administration. The adoption of the MTDP will give us much focus in achieving its three strategic priorities. On the youth empowerment funds, I agree really we have not done good in terms of the pace. And I've made it a point that now it is concluded. I've encouraged the technocrats to ensure that they do diligence while they accelerate the finalization of the process. And I'm confident that as I've been informed, that they are ready now to implement their decisions. To Honorable Member Honorable Smelane Mngadi, who was through Honorable Chair of Chairs, also making important and valuable inputs. The engine room of service delivery and governance and provide support to line government departments will remain and commit to being a people-centered. And Operation Sukumasaka will continue and be sustained throughout the period as the government of provincial unity. We will work together effectively. I must say, our record as the government of provincial unity speaks for itself, that the IFP is leading the government of provincial unity with integrity, focusing to the empowerment, development, and the ethical behavior in our government. As you will all know that the third priority of the seventh administration, national and provincially, has to do with ensuring that we empower our government to deliver better services to the people of this province. And abantu balesi sifundazwe bathokozile ngestability esikhona kuhulumeni, ukuthi uhulumeni wethu unozinzo, uhulumeni wethu awunawo umsindo, uhulumeni wethu ubambisene, uhulumeni wethu uhlabela phambili ukwenza iqinisekisa ukuthi abantu bakithi bayithola idingo zabo. Ngisho kuthiwa isimo seyimali asinikezi amandla okufeza konke okulindelekile, kodwa isenti nesenti elikhona liya la kufanele liye khona ukuze sikwazi ukwenza ngcono impilo zabantu. Ilokho okuyilithemba labantu ngohulumeni onozinzo. Ngiyazi ukuthi kukhona lokuconsa kwamathe lokubiza kagovane okuhlale kukhona, engibonayo futhi ukuthi lokho kuconsa kwamathe nokulobiza kagovane kuyoze kuphela iminyaka emhlanje lokhu kukhona. Kulokhu kunethemba elingayi kuba khona lokuthi lo hulumeni ungase ungabi nalo uzinzo. Ngibona ukuthi ukubambisana okukhona kulo hulumeni ikona okuzokwazi ukuthi sibhekane ngempela nazo zonke inselelo ezibhekene nabantu balesi sifundazwe, silwe nanenkohlakalo njengoba sengiphawulile, ukuze isifundazwe sethu kube uhulumeni ozoba free from corruption, kube uhulumeni oyokwenza iqinisekisa ukuthi we enhance quality services to the people of this province. We are aware of the challenges that are still there, but we do have a clear plan as this government of the seventh administration to actually address those challenges that are facing our people. That is why we take government to the people, so that we work with the people, we listen to the concerns by the people, and ensure that we respond accordingly, supporting the work of the various institutions, even those national departments such as SAPS, ensuring that we work closely with them in ensuring that we support them to deliver the best service in our society, as the efforts of fighting crime in the province of KwaZulu-Natal are incomparable to other provinces because of this seventh administration that is working tirelessly in order to ensure that the people of KwaZulu-Natal, they see a KwaZulu-Natal that is progressive, a KwaZulu-Natal that is inspiring a new hope. Even the support that we have given to the youth Lababa Sema University through the Premier's Discretionary Bursary Fund, ukwenza iqinisekisa ukuthi ingane zalapha esifundazweni ezisuke zingathatha entweni abazali bazo ziyakwazi ukuthi zisizakala zikhokhelwe nje inkece ukuze zisakale ngokugcwele. Siyaqhubeka nakulolu hlelo lokusiza abesifazane lapha KwaZulu-Natal njengoba bafaka izicelo zokuba baxhaswe ukuze bathuthukise umnotho wabo, ngoba asifuni ukuthi abantu bakwaZulu-Natal besifazane kulokhu khulunywa nje ngabo kuphela kuthiwa abanakiwe kodwa kungekho khulunywa ngakho ukuthi yini abenzelwa eyenziwa yilaba sobesho njalo. Thina ke njengohulumeni sinohlelo olucacile ingakho nje sihambele zonke indawo la KwaZulu-Natal sithatha ihhovisi kaNdunankulu uqobo lwalo liyoyifinyelela mathupha komasipala liyohlangana abantu besifazane bonke abanenhloso enhle ukuyithuthukisa ukuze liyobalekelela kuba bakwazi ukuthi bafake izicelo zokuba baxhaswe bakwazi ukuthuthukisa nokusungula amabhizinisi abo. Ngithokoza kakhulu abo ukubuya kulendlu ukuthi umbiko engiwucoshile nje ukuthi laba abafakilwe abaxhaso njengabantu abasha lapha esifundazweni ababe nempumelelo engibe sengithi nakulabo abangaphumelelanga kufanele uhulumeni ubachazele ukuthi wena yini eshodile ukuze ngokuzayo uma befaka isicelo bakwazi ukusizakala. Ngase ngithi kodwa ngithokozela kakhulu ukubona ukuthi abanye babo ukusizakala kwabo bazodala amathuba omsebenzi ngoba ukusiza nje umuntu oyedwa kube uyena ozoba isicebi kodwa amathuba abanye abasondelene naye engayo kuba ngcono impilo zabo ungebe umbono omuhle. Ingakho ke uhlelo lwethu ngibukile izicelo lapha approviwe ngakuthokozela ukuthi sizoba nomnotho ozokhula okokuqala okwesibili kuzoba nabantu abazosizwa yibo laba abahleze endaweni ezahlukene emakhaya abathola usizo lokukhuliswa nokuthuthukiswa yiwo lo hulumeni wethu kwi7 administration kwisifunda saKwaZulu-Natal. Okuyinto enhle kakhulu kabi ngoba ndaba ezitha njengoba inkosi yesizwe ikhale ngokuthi abantu basuke emakhaya baye emadolobheni lolu hlelo lolu lehhovisi kaNdunankulu lokuba liyolekelela abantu behlezi khona emakhaya lapho bavula amathuba bona uqobo lawo ngoba abanye bazolekelela ukuba bakhe amabhizinisi abanye bayolekelela ukuba bathuse indawo zabo ama BNB abanye bazolekelelwa ukuba babambe iqhaza ukuthi babe nama-truck babe nemishini bakwazi ukuthi bayobamba iqhaza kwenkathi isifundazwe sithi is a construction site bazohambe nabo bobamba iqhaza. Yilokho lo hulumeni okwenzayo ukubeka isisekelo okuyisona sona esikuthokozela kakhulu ukuthi ukusebenza ngokubambisana kulo hulumeni ukubuyisa ithemba ekhulu kubantu bakulesi sifundazwe futhi njengoba ngicizelela nodaba lozinzo kuba lithi sonke ke seli-embrace lolu zinzo lolu okhona esikhulumane esicabangayo ngoba uzinzo alubibikho ekwenzeni uma ngabe emqondweni wakho lungekho uzinzo. Kufanele qale kube emqondweni wakho oqala ukuthi ube nozinzo bese ukwazi ukuthi ke sekuba nozinzo into enoyikhulumayo bese kuba nanozinzo ezintweni ozenzayo. Siyaqhubeka njengohulumeni ukuthi senze umphakathi wakithi ubambe iqhaza sisebenzisa yona le budget le ekuthenini kuzo zonke inselele ezibhekene nomphakathi umphakathi wazi ukuthi isisombululo sikuwona ngoba umnyango lo kaMhlonishwa ungqongqoshe uDuma njengoba siushayela ihlombe ngokuncipha kweingozi siyazi ukuthi omiye emlayezo yayikhona kwaukuthi ingozi idala ibehavior yabantu kwaba abantu abalalela lo myalezo loyo base beshintsha ibehavior yabo zancipha ingozi. Siyambonga nongabonwayo ke ukube enza ukuthi lo mlayezo abantu bawulalele kodwa into esemqoka kakhulu ukuthi sikholelwa kakhulu ukuthi uhulumeni kufanele usebenze nabantu kufanele ukusondele nabantu ukuyobhekana nenselelo ezikhona ukuletha izixazululo ezinselelweni ezenza ukuthi umnotho wethu ukhinyabazeke. And we have high hopes that all our plans as this provincial government they will see KwaZulu-Natal achieving the inclusive economic growth and creating a new job, also addressing the issue of a high cost of living, fighting the issue of a food security so that people will have access to a better life during our lifetime as the collective in this government of provincial unity. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Premier, and thank you very much to all the honorable members who participated in the debate and also to the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Fraser. Thank you very much. Akuzwakali. Thank you very much, honorable members. We've come to the end of debate on vote 1. We will now move to the next debate One is in Inuce, and then I think Etia is here. See you next time. Giraffe. Oh, 4 minutes ka Kabazela says valid. Angisanxa no Kabazela.
Premier obana baqonsa mathi obana baqonsa mathi Premier